All right, welcome everyone to the regular council meeting of March 27th. Before we start the meeting, I will just do a few housekeeping items. So if you have a cell phone, could you please turn your cell phone to off or to vibrate? Please note that the council meetings now are being live streamed, recorded, and retained. All personal information collected will be managed in accordance with the Freedom of Information and Privacy and Protection of Privacy Act. So with that, I will start with introductions first, and I'll start with Ryan, please.
Good morning, Ryan Morrison, Director, Operational Services.
Good morning, Mike Krieger, Manager of Assessment Services.
Good morning, I'm Chris Ratchton. I'm the Director of Legislative Community and Agricultural Services.
Good morning, Margareta Bloom. I'm the Director for Planning and Development Services and Acting CAO today.
Morning, Greg Harris, Division 2.
Good morning, Jennifer Letch, Division 7. And for those that don't know, it is east of Olds. Olds is surrounding area out to Nehill.
Good morning, Alan Miller, Division 3, which is Didsbury East out to Nehill.
Good morning, Angela Albers. I'm Division 5 in Reeve.
Good morning, Peggy Johnson, Councillor Division 6, which is Eagle Valley, Eagle Hill, and Westford Ho.
Good morning, Dwayne Fulton, Division 1, west to Carstairs, south to Rocky View, and all the way east to Nehill.
Morning, Gord Krebs, Division 4, west of Didsbury, out past Bergen, and I'd like to welcome you all here. I think that's great to see you.
Good morning, Laura Campmans, Executive Assistant.
Good morning, I'm Dulu Gonzalez, Planner.
Good morning, Jessica Ross, Assistant Director of Planning and Development. Good morning, Shelley French, Communications.
Thank you. And our CAO, Mr. Holmes, is not able to attend this meeting today. He's dealing with a private issue, and so we have Margareta Bloom as acting CAO today. Thank you. So with that, we have an agenda in front of us. We actually have a revised agenda that was sent out. Is there any changes to that? Is there any additions to the agenda? Seeing none, could I have a motion to adopt? Moved by Councillor Lutz. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. We have regular council minutes of March 13th, 2024. Are there any errors or omissions in those minutes? Seeing none, could I have a motion to adopt, please? Moved by Councillor Miller. Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And so we will move right into our public hearing. Just before we go into the public hearing, I'll just mention on the agenda, we do have a delegation, the Legacy Land Trust Society, coming in at 11:30. So wherever we are in the agenda, we will be trying to wrap it up so that we can accommodate that, that delegation at 11:30. Okay. So this is for bylaw number 0124, a bylaw of Mountain View County in the province of Alberta to adopt the South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan. This received first reading on February 14th, 2024. And before I open the public hearing, I thought it would be good just to go through a few sections of our bylaw number 1223, and this is establishing the procedure and conduct of public hearings. So under section 3.8 of our bylaw, it states that any person addressing council shall give their name, the location of their property in relation to, and in this instance, it would be in relation to the area structure plan, an indication as to whether they are speaking on their own or for another person or a group. Section 4.04 states that all presenters will be allowed 5 minutes. In the event that one presenter is speaking on behalf of a group of individuals that are representing separate parcels of land that are in attendance on the file, the presenter shall note prior to beginning their presentation and will subsequently be granted 10 minutes. 4.08 states that council members may not debate issues before the hearing is closed. Section 4.09 states that council may choose to recess a public hearing to another time, debate, or place. However, once the hearing has been closed, no new information may be provided to council. Council may receive updated information for clarification on subjects discussed as part of the public hearing, providing new information is not introduced and would create an unfair approval process by restricting the public's ability to provide input. 4.10, 4.10 says the chair, once the chair is satisfied that all pertinent information has been provided and that council has no further questions, the public hearing will be closed. And then section 411 states council will proceed to consider the bylaw in accordance with section 230, section 5 of the Municipal Government Act. And so we do have a timer on the screen to help facilitate the 5 minutes, or it will be moved to 10 minutes if appropriate. I will endeavor to ensure that presenters have the opportunity to conclude all of their important points, but I will be just raising the issue of when you're coming close to the end of your time. So with that, I will open the public hearing and I will turn it over to planning, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. So steering committee led the review of this area structure plan. And we have the privilege of having our chair, Greg Camkin, as well as Cindy Iverson, our vice chair, today here to present the presentation that was included in your agenda package.
Good morning, and thank you, Revalbers and members of council. I am Greg Camkin, the chair for the South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan, and with me this morning is Vice Chair Cindy Iverson. As well, we have some committee members in the audience. In terms of timeline and process, after council appointed the steering committee for the review of this area structure plan, we began by working on the guiding principles, a vision statement, drafting policies, as well as the land use concept. Community participation was a key component in the review process. And with this, our first community engagement was held on March the 30th, 2023 at the Sundry Legion, and as well included an online survey. Our second community engagement involved 2 sessions, a virtual open house via Zoom, which was held on November 21st, 2023, and an in-person open house that was held on November 22nd, 2023 at the Sundry Legion. Over the past 20 months, we've met 16 times, and the review by the steering committee has now concluded and was completed in accordance with the Municipal Government Act.
The South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan abuts the town of Sundry to the west and expands to Range Road 64. It borders with the Bearberry Creek to the north and the Red Deer River to the south. The McDougal Flats area, as we call it, has a diverse landscape. It's comprised of rangeland such as industry, agriculture, country residential, gravel pits, airport facilities, and recreation. The steering committee drafted a vision statement that reflects the desired future of the community and reviewed the guiding principles. After many, many discussions and input from the community in both of the engagement sessions, the final vision statement is the McDougal Flats, a rural community that is safe, prosperous, and a desirable place to live, work, and play. Expanding on the vision statement, the guiding principles balance progressive growth that supports diverse rural supports a diverse rural community and provides a guide for development of policies in the plan document. To achieve the vision and the guiding principles, the plan area provides for agricultural, residential, commercial, industrial, community center, recreation, and airport uses in the future and make up the land use concept in Figure 8, as shown on the slide. The next slides provide a summary for each of the future land uses.
So the agriculture and low density category area refers to the areas highlighted in the light green color. This policy area allows for a mixture between ag and residential parcels of up to 4 titles per quarter, which includes the remainder of the quarter section, and a parcel size of minimum of 40 acres for ag proposals and between 2 to 3 acre sizes for residential parcels. Larger parcels would also be considered to accommodate topography and other existing features. The next policy area is the residential area, and that's the area that's shown in yellow on the screen. Those areas were divided into two separate components with different policies existing for each. So number one, the policies for already subdivided quarter sections. So for these areas, guidelines were developed to allow only the remaining lands to be further subdivided. And number two, the policies for any unsubdivided quarter sections and quarter sections with low subdivision potential. And for these quarter sections, applications beyond the first parcel out would be subject to the submission of a concept plan along with some technical reports.
The next is the community center, which is the circle in red. The policy supports and allows for community amenities or facilities to be developed or for the expansion of existing community facilities. The industrial and highway commercial corridor area refers to the areas highlighted in pink. Overall, the policy supports the expansion and the continuation of business of different scales strategically located along Highway 584 for easy access. The airport area is in bright pink there. The plan supports the development of a concept plan that will identify detailed policies for future land uses and development. The concept plan will be developed separate from the ASP, but with the intent to be part of the ASP once completed. And last but not least is the recreational area, which refers to the areas in dark green. This policy area is adjacent to or in close proximity to the Bearberry Creek on the north side and the Red Deer River on the south side. This would allow for expansion of existing recreational development that may support new recreational development to be either in the form of passive or active recreation.
Gravel pits. So gravel pits are another key topic in which we, the steering committee, invested a lot of time discussing, and the topic which received the most feedback from the open houses. As natural resource extraction covers a significant area of the plan area, it was determined not to include gravel as a land use in the future land use concept that you see in Figure 8, but instead rely on policies that will guide the requirements for new and expanding gravel pit operations. For instance, one of the policies to reduce offsite impacts is the requirement of a phasing plan and limiting each phase to a maximum of 30 acres of disturbed area. This will be the first county area structure plan that includes this policy. Other policies regarding environmentally significant areas and flood hazards are included in the specific policy areas section and are displayed on separate maps as Figure 5 and Figure 6 respectively. So this brings us to the end of our presentation. On behalf of my fellow steering committee members, we would like to thank council for giving us the opportunity to participate in the review process of the South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan. And if you have any questions, Cindy, myself, admin, or other members of the steering committee would gladly try to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So maybe we'll go to the in opposition or in favor first, and then we'll come back unless council has any direct questions for the steering committee members. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks for your presentation. If we could please go to page 216 of the revised agenda. Yeah, 216, please. Thanks. So on this map, it shows the yellow residential areas. So my question is, and I know that there isn't an absolute certain answer because I see that residential parcels can be between 2 acres and 15 acres. But what is the estimate of how many residents are currently represented in this map? And at full build out, how many more residents do you anticipate?
So I think that's probably a question for planning.
So through the chair, when we did a review with the steering committee, when we considered the residential parcels, we did a series of what ifs, where we determined, one, what is the existing development on those remainders of the quarter sections that have existing subdivision. And then we looked at what could be the parameters of those policies. Again, the policy does require that it not be smaller than the minimum parcel size of the lots that's there existing, and then having the flexibility up to 15 acres. So again, we did a low density at the largest size, a medium density with a split between, somewhere between 2 and then the maximum of 15. And then what could it look like if it's only 15-acre parcels? So there's a variety. However, the steering committee was comfortable setting the parameters at the minimum size and the maximum size, and ultimately allowing the market to determine if landowners bring forward applications for redesignation and subdivision on what could be considered. The second part of your question was that how many residences are there existing within McDougal Flats? I don't have the answer to that.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Would the steering committee like to pose their best guess?
We actually did have some numbers at one time.
I don't remember what they were, but
Yeah.
in some of our early meetings, we looked at the number of residents and did that sort of same question, Peggy, that you've got, but I can't remember what the numbers were.
I think it was in previous slides, so maybe we'll just ask administration whether or not they can have a look and get that information.
We'll have a look.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Then we will move on. So I do have a list of those who would like to address council. We will go through the list. And then if there's anyone else in the gallery or online that would like to speak after we go through the list, then we'll open the floor there. Is Dale Christensen in the gallery or online? Okay, we'll come back to Dale then and see if he is able to join us later. Christine McCharles, please. So if you could just state and spell your name for the record and your location relative to the area structure plan, just to ensure that we get the minutes correct, please.
So my name's Christina McCharles, CHRISTINA, McCharles, MCCHARLES. I live in South McDougal Flats. My quarter is northeast, 2632-6 west of the 5th. So do I just begin?
Yes, please. And can we start the timer, please? Thank you.
Perfect. So the area structure plan, I noticed, it doesn't have components of protection for natural species or endangered species. It lacks the professional, environmental, or comprehensive approach to studies for air, water, and soil protection. To go further, it leaves out protection for noise protection, for air quality, or pollution protection responsibly for those who live in the area. Also, goals written under 7.3.1 commercial development, 7.3.2 objectives are all industrial commercial uses. 7.3.3 talks about land uses and redesignations, subdivision applications, all pertaining to the industrial and commercial. 5.2 guiding principle speaks about conservation practices and resource management. However, the entire ASP has neglected to produce one component about protection or study prior to attempting to pass the ASP. I noticed that it's trending or going to mention by starting by removing this statement. So what I'm asking for, I guess, is before changing, MBC should never remove public speaking, changing the element of laws or removing components after a public hearing. That should be removed from your bylaw. You should never be able to remove the rules of things after a public hearing. That should be removed from your bylaw. The airport study should be completed first before the area structure plan goes ahead. I do see in 21-21 that you're moving ahead with that. An area structure plan takes 4 to 6 years. This one was moved ahead. MVC requires an important environmental technical third party that has been completely overlooked. That's egregious. We can admit that clean gravel is only clean gravel that is completely washed underwater. That would be water that's completely under in natural waterways. That's not clean gravel that we're looking at above ground or under overburden. And that's what we keep seeing on all these maps. There's a lot of virtue signaling with these maps that you're providing. We have dirty gravel, and the maps are all provided that way. The area structure plan fails to incorporate any component of responsible stewardship back to the gravel pits. We are in an El Nino for the next 3 years, and MVC has neglected to hold AER or any component of that back to stopping the TDLs licensing. They have started no component of discussions. 7.2.3 does not state anywhere to intend to subdivide, and we talk about biophysical assessment in 7.2.3, but who's going to enforce this? We talk about 8.3 natural resources extraction, fails to mention how deep you go to protect the gravel, to protect the alluvial aquifer. Is this another pretense of residential development and call it a gravel pit? 7.3 policy, 7.2.3. Do industrial corridors also have to scrape gravel and install cisterns? Where's your disaster planning for wildfires, droughts, and floods, and emergency evacuations? Your ASP is missing all kinds of components for third-party environmental assessments. And any time I have left over, I'd like to present to the next party.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCharles. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. McCharles at this point? We can always come back to questions later as well, but does anyone have any questions at this point? Councillor Johnson.
Is the process that I can only ask Christina questions, or can I ask planning a question in regard to something that she commented?
Let's just go through the presenters first,
Okay.
and then if you can hold your questions for planning, that would be great.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Krebs.
I have a question, Christina. You mentioned we should never remove or change bylaws after a public hearing. You kind of lost me on that. Can you just explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, you're able to after you go to a public hearing like this, but you're able to you can make any changes after a public hearing. You can, that's in your bylaw. You can make any changes you want after a public hearing. That should be removed.
So I'm just trying to understand your point. You're saying that we might listen to a public hearing and then not listen to what you have to say? Or,
You can make any changes under your MGA.
Right.
You can go, we can have a public hearing and then you can make any changes to your ASP that you want.
so are you
can
saying
make-
you don't want us to be able to do that?
You want us to believe that we were supposed to trust you. You can have a public hearing like this. And then you can make any changes you want after the public hearing. I'm saying take it out. That's the reference you have.
So don't have a public hearing?
No, I am saying if you take that out of your bylaw, you have it in your bylaw that you can have a public hearing and then you can make any changes to the ASP after the public hearing without the public's input. I'm saying remove that from your bylaw.
Okay, so my idea how this works, I don't have to phrase the question, but we're looking at input from the public to make the changes that you want in the.
Okay, so
in
Councillor
the-
Krebs, I'm just
but
gonna.
I'm just trying to get
Yeah,
clarity.
can
on
you
what
just,
you-
yeah, it's just questions for clarity, please.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other questions for Ms. McCharles? No? Thank you very much for your presentation. And I apologize if I pronounce anyone's name incorrectly. So the next person I have on our list is Jenny Yeremy. Oh, thank you. So again, Jenny, if you could just state your name and spell your name for the record and your location compared to the area structure plan, please.
Jennifer Yeremy is my legal name, Jennifer. Yeremy, Yeremiy. And I live in Calgary. So I would first offer that I guess I'm here in a new concept called oblique impacts. So these are, decisions that are made broadly, decisions that are made locally that impact people broadly. So I'm a geophysicist and a liability expert. I worked in the oil and gas industry for 22 years. And I'm really concerned about water not being treated as an overarching strategy for all area plans and land use agreements. So I'll use an example of a story I read. I can't take credit for the story, but it was a real estate article and they were suggesting that this was one of the most important climate articles around right now, which is they were showing a family $600,000, looking for a $600,000 home, had saved $400,000, 3 choices, suggestion for the public to give feedback on these 3 choices. Well, the area where they were looking is 98% likely to be flooded in the next 20 to 30 years. So we have to think of water as being the first thing that we think about. It's the biggest problem. And if we're making decisions, superficial decisions one at a time and not looking at the cumulative impact of our decisions, then we're not doing ourselves a service long-term here. So I look at the plan as I just saw it, and it looks to me like it is missing that cumulative impact. If we don't know the number of residents, then we certainly haven't looked at the number of residents that are going to be added in that system over time and the amount of water that's going to be needed, for example. So the concerns I raised in my letter for you is that we should be in a stage 5 drought. We should be mandating water preservation and protection in every way, shape, or form. And all freshwater industrial use and contamination needs to stop, including gravel extraction and washing and oil and gas fracking operations. So as I was saying, oil and gas industry expert, there are alternatives to using freshwater for fracking. And freshwater, it actually degrades the oil and it impedes the production over time. So it is a short-term economic decision that is not helping long-term. The solution is to make those wells available for the industry and cut that off. Like I said, cumulative impacts of exponential industrial activities have not been assessed or understood, as the prior speaker mentioned for you. there's an evidence of water contamination. And any of that analysis, it doesn't seem to have been included in this area structure plan. I've been at many watershed councils. Many people are seeing 4 to 5 feet of water drop in their wells. It's my understanding there isn't a solid database of information for the province to be able to assess the extent and long-term impacts of those rates, and also what the quality of the water is. To me, that is something that needs to be, like I said, primary in all of our decision-making. And as Christina, said before, it seems like there's very inadequate stakeholder representation and decision-making practices. As she was trying to articulate, when significant changes are made and things like gravel pits are removed from a cumulative assessment, that to me is changing the scope so much that the public hearing doesn't have any input anymore. So I think that was the point she was trying to make. So I'll stop there and I'll yield my time to the next speakers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any questions for Jenny before Councillor Johnson?
A couple of questions, if I might. You are a professional geophysicist, so I'm hoping to glean some knowledge from your expertise. You talked about the fact that in the TDLs to date that
so Councillor Johnson, again, I'm just going to, so we have to debate issues that are relevant to the area structure plan today.
Right.
So if you
Yeah.
have questions concerning the area structure plan and the policies, if you can direct those to Jenny.
Okay,
please.
so your letter talks about using twice as much water as the city of Calgary. Can you tell us how you got those numbers, please?
Yeah, I think I have to apologize for my scale. The numbers that are used, the city of Calgary uses 186 billion liters a year. I believe I said million. It was millions rather than billions, so I apologize for that. But the industry as a whole uses over 200 billion liters a year. And that when we say use, it is consumed. It's gone from the system. And that's what we have to remember with fracking operations. We're taking away from farmers and landowners and everyone downstream. When we're taking that water out of the system, it's never coming back. So those decisions need to be a part of your understanding and what's happening to your system if you make that allowed in this area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson?
You also talked about the way that water is measured. Can you explain that, how water is measured in the aquifer?
Say a little more for me, Peggy. I'm sorry, I'm not following the question.
You talked about people's wells dropping.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
can you tell
So-
us how that's measured?
Just from what I understand from users themselves, like they're measuring the height of their water in their wells and they're seeing a drop. So this is something I've heard anecdotally like I said, I've been to 5 watershed council meetings and that's a widespread concern. So I would say that's Claresholm. That's even up here, I've heard like these landowners say that they've seen 4 or 5 feet drops in their wells and contamination, as I said. So these are, as we get less water, the more things we do to add into water, the higher the concentration and the higher the risk for people's health. So again, water is primary in this.
Can I ask one more question?
Okay, one more question, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. So how does the province measure the drops in water before they agree to TDLs?
I don't think they are. I can say that from the person that attended the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance. That was from the AER. That was Werner Herrera said they are not. Their plan for cutting off industry is, first of all, they're not. They're saying they're waiting for the recharge. They're asking them to pull less at a time. That if the water's not coming back, that means we are seeing dramatic drops, and we can't wait till the water's gone to then decide we're not giving it to industry. We have to stop and assess what's happening, and we don't have that information. It's my understanding the province does not have a holistic understanding of the water and what's happening. And climate change has an impact locally that is not typically understood. We look at things broadly, we broad stroke the whole province. And in these significant, as we said, 3 more years of drought changes expected, it's going to be local problems and we need to understand them. And that's not is what's happening at a provincial level. And I'm asking people to understand that there's no leadership in this.
Okay, so I'm just going to, again, Councillor Johnson, this is for policies that are concerned within the area structure plan, and temporary diversion licenses are not something that we're going to consider in this area structure plan. Thank you very much. Ms. Yermy? So the next presenter I have is Mr. Neil Connor.
Yes, good morning. My name is Neil Connor, Neil, last name Konner. And we're in the South McDougal Flats. My land description is southwest, 2532 6 west of the 5th. Okay, well, the clock is on. I really don't believe the South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan bylaw is complete for this hearing. I have supplied you with information in my letter about my request to bring the South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan to a third-party consultant. I believe the Mountain View County Administration and the South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan Steering Committee did not pursue the current data listed in my letter to complete an unbiased bylaw. My objection is another objection. I object to the scheduled hearing because the second and third readings were not initiated. Also, many people did not know about the first reading on February 14, 24. Another objection is the objection includes the wording of the bylaw 0124-3 under existing area characteristics. Now, I don't believe you have identified the number of landowners in South McDougal Flats in this entire bylaw. A ratio should be identified between the number of landowner ratepayers compared to the industry ratepayers. I read a lot of propaganda towards gravel extraction in this section. This bylaw is being used to exploit more gravel pits in the South McDougal Flats area, plain and simple. We have 8 gravel pits in this area, and this is enough. The headwaters of the Red Deer River watershed will not sustain any more destruction to the sensitive complexity of its alluvial aquifer. We want a moratorium on gravel pits in the South McDougal Flats area to be noted in this bylaw. The Mountain View County is in the gravel pit businesses and promoting a biased area structure plan in their favor. I have asked Mountain View County the following question many times and never received an answer, and I expect an answer now. And I'm going to ask you, who is instructing the Mountain View County to pursue more gravel pit mining in this area? Question, is this Mountain View County administration feeding false propaganda to the Mountain View councilors to vote in favor of gravel mining? On objection number 3, the following reasons should be put forward to the area structure plan on hold. We have the cases of water contamination, which we discussed in the South McDougal Flats area. There's several landowners now that have issues of undrinkable water in the area, and we believe that this is due to the stage 4 drought advisory. The Red Deer River is probably at its lowest ebb, and it will not be replenishing soon enough. There should be a plan for drought disaster conditions in this bylaw. Stage 4 drought advisory for the headwaters of the Red Deer watershed is not taken into consideration. And then stage 4 drought advisory with cumulative use of gravel pit washing, large amounts of fracking water in the sensitive aquifer in South McDougal Flats are not identified. The AAR estimate from 2024 total is 665,030 cubic meters in the South McDougal Flats. This is an estimate provided off the AER viewer, which I sent to you people. You can see that anytime you want. The bottom line to this is water is non-renewable. Once this is gone, you people will be seeing multiple landowners without well capabilities. The municipal development plan, Red Deer regional plan, land use bylaw, Sundre airport structure plan, and the upper Red Deer River hazard study has not been completed yet. Other studies such as fire hazard study, wildlife corridor study, nuisance bylaw and air quality, as previously mentioned, hydrogeological studies, and have you talked to the Treaty 6 First Nations and are they being contacted about your changes for the Red Deer River area. The area structure plan does not seem to be, the area structure plan seems to be fast tracking with not enough landowner input. The steering committee was top heavy with biased representatives from local industry, gravel pits, and other members that are pro-gravel. The Eagle Valley area structure plan took 4 years to complete. I believe that you should be giving us a 6-month extension before you make any kind of resolution at this hearing. Okay. Mountain View County does not have the qualifications to support an accurate area structure plan. The professional services are required to provide technical, economical, and political information for an official area structure plan. This area structure plan took 14 years in the making, and I believe that we should have some more time to get this thing done right. And I guess the other question is, has Mountain View County sent invitations to everybody in this area structure plan area? We suggested a long time ago that you should base all of your invitations on tax payment assessment. And we should take into consider that there are many people in this area that are elderly, they don't have computers, they're computer illiterate, and they don't follow much of anything unless somebody decides to come out there and tell them what's going on. Question, why is the old county pit not being reclaimed? Another question, Mountain View County is incorporated, a regulatory body that handles municipal, provincial, federal money, and gravel business. Why does Mountain View County as a corporation not have a quality assurance program or an ISO program to provide a qualified area structure plan? All corporations have this included in their strucures.
So Mr. Connor, your 5 minutes is up. I will let you finish your key points though, for sure.
Okay, unlike county residential, industrial, recreational, and agricultural, there's no plan for orderly development of aggregate resources. I have to cut a big section out of all of that. Now, in conclusion, our municipal government must act now. The subversion of environmental protection of water, surface and groundwater and aquifers must cease, and those responsible for failing to protect public lands and/or public water bodies, quality, quantity, natural functions, and/or ecosystem services at the earliest stages of land use planning decisions and plans and bylaws must be held to account. We must not, I'm opposed against this until you guys come up with some real-time information here. So this area structure plan should be audited by a third party to mediate the issues in the South McDougal Flats Area Protection Bylaw 0124 by providing an area structure plan professional consultation. Our municipalities use this, other municipalities use this third-party consultation using the elected area structure plan committee as a footprint. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Is there any questions for Mr. Connor? Councillor Krebs, do you have a question? Sorry. No? Okay. Thank you very much. And if we do have any additional questions, Mr. Connor will ask you to come forward again.
I can answer any of your questions anytime you want.
Thank you very much.
You can call me at home.
Thank you. And the next person I have on my list is Joyce Kinsel.
Hey, Joyce Kinsel, JoyceKyncl, Southwest 2532, 6 west of the 5th, Range Road 61. Regarding the South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan, my comments regarding this plan as follows. Why did the review of the Area Structure Plan conclude after the November 22nd, 2023 open house? Surely it was obvious at that open house that there were numerous questions and concerns from the local landowners that should be addressed before the plan went forward. Why is the area structure plan getting second, third readings so quickly before all areas have been completed fully? In the last time area structure plan was completed in 2010, There was a consulting team. Why has this not occurred this time? There are various plans and bylaws that form part of this area structure plan that have not been completed yet. Why are you rushing to get this area structure plan passed when the municipal development plan, Red Deer Regional Plan, land use bylaw, Sunder Airport area structure plan, and the Upper Red Deer River hazard study have not been completed yet? Looking at other structure plans, it has taken them 3 to 6 years to complete the plan. This plan has not even been under review for 2 years. The area structure plan neglects to take into account watershed and aquifer impacts. Gravel pits change the watershed and are not compatible with landowners and the airport. Gravel pit approvals continue despite objections, and landowners have no control. Numerous landowners in McDougal Flats have contaminated water well issues now because of gravel pits fracking operations and stage 4 drought conditions. The Mountain View County, AHS, AER, and AEP have all been contacted. You have addressed the flood hazard and fire smart for residences in wooded areas, but have not taken into consideration stage 4 drought conditions we are all presently under. Another hazard that has not been addressed is the air quality, which is being affected by the crushing of gravel and nearby forest fire smoke. I feel that these two sensitive issues should be addressed in the area structure plan. To recap, I feel that this area structure plan is being rushed through before all relevant areas have been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kinsel. Is there any questions? Councillor Johnson.
Thanks for your presentation. So for decision makers, it's always good if we have an idea of the solution to the problem. So you've outlined some problems. So what is your suggestion for what is the biggest problem and what is the solution?
Well, I feel we should have a third party overlook all of this plan to take into consideration what I've just discussed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Kinsel, for your presentation. If there's any further questions, we'll ask you to come forward again. Mr. Robin Tudor, please.
It's Robin Tudor, ROBIN TUDOR. I have a business at 355431 Township 325B. I was a committee member, also a past resident, a residential developer in McDougal Flats, and I own a business there. As residents, we set up the South McDougal Flats Area Protection Society in 2015 with the mission to protect the natural environment of the area. Our membership has been up to 150 members, fluctuating with aggregate extraction development permit applications. So you can see this is an issue with the local population. We are the group that requested the area representative add the review of the area structure plan to the county budget. We had noted on previous development applications that the old structure plan did not address the residents' concerns. The old area structure plan even acknowledged these concerns, but felt the council of the day would be able to address the concerns. My fellow committee members listened to me as I droned on and on of the issues with aggregate extraction. 2 motions during the meeting were brought by myself to try to define boundaries and limitations for aggregate extraction, but both were defeated. I believe in democracy and so accept the decision of the committee. But Myron Thompson pointed out during one of our meetings that he had no control over a council, but he sure as heck could have his own opinion. During the committee meetings and even during the public hearings on aggregate extraction development permits previously, I repeatedly heard some misleading rural myths that I would like to address. The first rural myth that I'd like to address is that the dust measured by Parkland Airshed Management Zone, PAMS, was not an issue and probably came from gravel roads. PAMS conducted the air quality studies from the Sundre Town Council yard in 2017 and 2018. The smoke from wildfires in 2017 made the data indiscernible. The unit was back again in 2018 from June to October, and though the smoke was prevalent for the first few months, they were able to detect exceedances of total suspended particles, TSP, on multiple occasions in September and October of that year. Because there were exceedances, they were reported to Alberta Environment. Alberta Environment came out with a March 15th, 2019 document that stated within the document, given the exceedances have been reported for total TSP and that the TSP concentrations tend to increase at high wind speeds, wind-blown entrainment, and transport of coarse particle materials, dust, is likely to be predominant source of particulate matter in the South McDougal Flats area. Therefore, management of disturbed land, open piles, and other potential sources of coarse particulate matter is strongly encouraged. The rural myth is that the dust came from gravel roads. Now, if you look at map in the area structure plan here, if you look at the map draft figure 7 in the area structure plan, it shows that the only gravel roads are the furthest west. This would mean that the dust coming from these roads would have to travel over the seven existing, at that time, gravel pits to reach the monitoring equipment in the town of Sundre. The second rural myth that I've heard at almost every public hearing, and I have to apologize, I'm probably going to go over the 5 minutes here. The second rural myth, every public hearing concerning aggregate extraction is that if we don't get this right, we'll lose control like we did on the cattle feedlots. The implication appears to be that if we had kept cattle feedlot operators appeased, we would not have lost our control. I'm not sure on the complete history, but it appears that there was a municipal provincial board that would regulate the operation of feedlots. On January 1st, 2002, the Agricultural Operation Practices Act delegated the Natural Resource Conservation Board responsible for technical requirements for confined feeding operations, and the licensing and compliance monitoring remained the municipality's responsibility. As a committee, we asked Alberta Environment if the county would ever lose control over aggregate extraction. The answer was no. The Municipal Government Act specifically says that land use is the domain of the municipality. Currently, the process requires the landowner to redesignate the land, get a development permit, and then get Alberta Environment license.
So, Mr. Tudor, your time is up, so if you can just hit the highlights and make sure you get all of that in, please.
May I request a little bit more, because I am a bigger group I'm presenting for.
Okay, so.
And I don't think I'll take that much longer.
Okay, carry on, please.
Thank you. So I want to give you an example of how the permitting system works. And so the landowner comes in and says, I want to excavate to above the aquifer. Can you give me a permit? They would put a plan together, show where and how deep they would excavate, possible timelines, reclamation plans, other details of their proposed operations. They would go through multiple public hearings and eventually get their development permit. At this point, the county feels that they are in control. The developer goes to Alberta Environment, gets their license with the county permit in hand and their plan. They may or may not be public input depending on the decision where the Alberta Environment decides to post. Sometimes they post in their coffee room. And they get their license, the county still feels they're in control. Now, at some time later, possibly an ownership change, the landowner wants to go into the aquifer. They apply for the Alberta Environment. They already have a municipal permit. And so Alberta Environment gives them a permit to go into the water. There's some problems here. How do water bodies fit into the initial permit from the county? How do the water bodies fit into the area structure plan? How do water bodies and taxation work? And then there's safety and reclamation of these water bodies. When they excavate the water bodies, they excavate them at a 2-to-1 slope. Alberta Environment says that, well, no, when they reclaim, they have to put them to a 5-to-1 safe slope. To go from a 2-to-1 slope to a 5-to-1 slope, either you have to refill that water body or you have to extend it out. The reality of the second myth is don't worry about losing control. We already have. So the proposed area structure plan is little planning for aggregate extraction. In fact, there's no mention of aggregate extraction in the article published in the local newspaper that was based on a note released by the county. Finally, my opinion, there's more work to be done on the area structure plan, and specifically it would focus around aggregate extraction and how we want to see it affect the future of the area. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor. Is there any questions for Mr. Tudor at this time? Again, we can come back and ask more questions later. Councillor Johnson.
I think, Mr. Tudor, you talked about the number of residents that were in the McDougal flats when you had an organization. Could you tell us what those numbers are, please?
Oh, the number of residents. Well, like I said, we were up to 150 members, and it fluctuated depending on whether there was a application for a development permit. But I could give you an estimate, but the residents of McDougal Flat include permanent residents and short-term, the seasonal residents. Now, these guys are all landowners. And I think when we looked at the recreational landowners, there was, I'm just guessing, there'd be well over 300 lots. And then how many people with those? The permanent people, there might be, guessing 500 people at the most. Just guessing.
And Mr. Tudor, is the Area Protection Society still a registered society with the province?
No, during COVID, we kind of, the interest, there was no applications happening.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that. Okay, and with that, Margaretta, because it has come up again, do you have any information on us for us regarding the number of residents in McDougal Flats and the number of subdivisions potentials within the area structure plan that was asked by the first presenter, please?
So through the chair, if we can go to page 216 again. So no, I don't have a total number for you, but here's some information that I can share. So from the 2021, the population within the rural community of McDougal Flats, so that is not the boundary of the area structure plan. It is a bit larger, but the count for the population in 2021 was 556. What we do have is information on the number of parcels that is located in the 6 quarter sections identified in the map there that has the potential for infill. So the existing numbers of country residential lots within those 6 quarter sections is a total of 76 lots. Then also a third piece of information, When we were preparing for the public hearing, we sent out a notice to all of the landowners within the area structure plan boundary. Again, if you own more than one parcel, you received only one letter. So a total of 640 letters were sent out.
Thank you very much, Margareta. All right, so we will continue with getting information from the public hearing. So the next person on my list is Mr. Robert Bouk.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Robert Boyk, spelled so Robert R-O-B-E-R-T, spelled B-E-U-C-K, Bravo Echo Uniform Charlie Kilo. I'm a resident of the South McDougal Flats. I'm in Southwest 2532-6 west of the 5th Meridian. And I'd like to bring up a few concerns here. According to my information, as of November of 2023, we have had some wells in our area that have been contaminated. The wells were contaminated with lead and with fluoride. So just to make people aware of what's going on here, if you have any lead in your water, that can cause kidney damage, high blood pressure, cardiovascular problems, and if you are a young family and you are planning to have any more kids, well, that might be end up being a little more difficult because that also causes miscarriages as well. Fluoride for any people who are living there, particularly any females who are over the age of 50. If you are having problems with your bone density, well, good luck. If we got fluoride in our water, then that can contribute to that problem as well. So just based on these health issues here, I would say we have never had any issues with our water before. And now all of a sudden we have got members or inhabitants that living in the area over there that are having problems with their water. And in my eyes, that is unacceptable. And I think that these issues need to be addressed in the area structure plan. And I believe that we should be taking a little more time to do to do our homework and to find out what our activities, what issues they will be causing. Before I do carry on though, just to answer your question earlier on when you were asking about the changes, I had an issue in 2017, which I also had an email correspondence with Reeve Albers here as well about changing laws. There used to be actually a noise bylaw in this county. That noise bylaw, after I had an issue in my neighborhood and I made people aware of it at the county, I was told numerous times that law didn't exist. And I'm not getting off the topic because it was brought up that laws can just be changed. When I had that issue, and I did then speak to, who's the CEO here?
Mr. Jeff Holmes?
Mr. Jeff Holmes. Mr. Jeff Holmes said to me, I am telling you there is no noise bylaw. And I said, I have it right in front of me. It was off the website the next day, just like that, boom. This already worries me now because if I say, if that can happen there, it can also happen with an area structure plan. A little bit further now as well. And I've got to get to the municipal, I actually want to go to some different laws here, to the Municipal Development Plan Bylaw number 2020 in a minute. And the reason why I do want to do that, I have an article here from the newspaper from August the 22nd of 2023. Council defeats proposed Shots Lake redesignation. Here is one part of the article where it says, after Reeve Angela Albers closed the public hearing, Gord Krebs said, our mission statement for the county is to maintain agriculture lands. So if we give up 80 acres of ag land, we are never going to get it back. I'm just unwilling to give up 80 acres of farmland. So why am I asking you now? And this actually, good job, because this would actually be in full compliance with the Municipal Development Plan Bylaw 2020. Why is it being disregarded for the South McDougal Flats area? I've been living here now for 15 years. We have been trying to keep gravel away, and with all due respect, those that were there, I personally have never had an issue with that because you guys were there first. Everything that comes after that, in my eyes, just based on the issues that we're having right now with the water, we've been warning about this for years. We've been warning about this for years, and now it is happening. It is happening. And I know as a fact that the water levels in the aquifer did go down. I had discussions with people. I went around and I spoke to people. And the water levels are dropping. We cannot afford to do this. We live in a dry province. We are going to have water issues. Now we have contaminated water. That was the best water in the area. Why are we doing this? We cannot afford to do it. I realize with my email consultations that I've also had with you in regard that, of course, the county always says they're not responsible for the water. That would be the province. But you are paving the pathway. Logically, if there is no gravel pit, then they can access that to go and take water out there for their temporary diversion licenses. It's impossible to do that. So you are part of the problem. You have to have a solution. You must have a solution. 50% of the fault goes to the county as well. You must do your homework. We can't rush this. Water is critical for survival. Everything else that we got out there for development and progress, all the other stuff that we have there is for our well-being. Water is critical to our survival. We can only go without water for 3 days, and that's it. My time is up. I could go on here forever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brout. Is there any questions? No? Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
So I will ask if Mr. Dale Christian has joined us.
That's business.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
She's not here.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Connor. So right now then, that takes me to the end of my list of individuals to speak that I have. So I will open the floor. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak either in favor or opposition to the area structure plan? Yes, please come forward. Please come forward and state and spell your name for the record and your location with respect to the area structure plan, please.
My name is Catherine Kerr, Catherine, Kerr, Kerr. I live in South McDougal Flats, sort of centrally. I have been a landowner in the area for not quite 4 years now, and partially spending time in the city. So some of these developments have kind of been below my radar. I've been in the area a little bit more frequently recently, and I'm hearing concerns from neighbors about water contamination. I see the river level going down every time I walk down to it. I know we're losing water on our property because where we used to have moist areas in between our trees, they're dry. And this is where we still have snow on the ground and it's dry. I've heard comments from people here who are residents in the area who know it better than I do. But what I do know is due process. And I'm hearing a lot of concern about the fact this is getting rushed through. There is irrevocable impact on the environment. And unless your water is the one personally impacted, you're probably less concerned about it than the people sitting behind me. This is not something that can get deferred. You do need third party. That's not an option. You are responsible for the overseeing of safe water to a neighborhood that you consider part of your county. So are you looking after it or are you not? The other question I do have for the original planning committee, which concerned me greatly, is the map. Sorry, I'm having a hard time reading, but I believe it's the gray area that borders right along the north side of the river. When you look at the key on the map, it says crowned land potential, subdivision potential, or something like that. I didn't see anything in any of the document about actually explaining what that meant.
Okay.
So I would love to hear an answer to that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience, in the gallery, that would like to speak in opposition or in favor of the area structure plan? Okay, I'll just go to online. Is there anyone online who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to the area structure plan? Okay. Seeing none, so now I will open the floor for council. So this part of the public hearing is for questions or clarification only. And we will not be debating anything in this section of the public hearing. Councillor Krebs.
So I appreciate everybody's comments. I have a question, and any one of you who brought up the water well contamination can answer it, or maybe somebody here can answer it. The contaminations we talked about were lead and fluoride, and I assume hydrocarbons, but has there been any bacterial coliform contamination that you guys are aware of?
No.
What are the contaminations you're talking about?
You know, my fluoride.
Sorry, would you like to come forward and answer that?
You know, I moved to this area to McDougal Flats.
Would you like to state and spell your name for the record? Sorry,
My name is Krystyna Kuderewicz, Krystyna, and last name Kuderewicz. I moved to this area 3 years ago. And my fluoride was 0.9 when I moved. Last year in November, my fluoride went to 3.7. Then I don't have a drinking water from November, because to be able to have drinking water, you know, I have to install reverse osmosis, what cost over $10,000. You know, I'm on fixed income because I retired. Who can afford stuff like this? For me, this is absolutely unacceptable. This is drinking water. I have to buy the water because I cannot even cook with my water. Because if I'm cooking with this water, with the high fluoride, the fluoride goes even higher. You know, I'm worrying about my health. You know, I have grandkids who are staying with me. What is going to do to their bones?
Okay, thank you.
You know, for me, this is absolutely unacceptable.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So council, is there any additional questions? Maybe I'll just put a few out there. No, it's council's that asking questions now. Thank you. So okay.
So it's twice the legal limits of drinking, safe drinking. As soon as the dirt work started across the street from West Kent, then it elevated. I had dirty water at the tap and undrinkable. I have to install a very expensive to be able to drink it. And then copper as well. So,
okay, thank you.
And lead in my blood.
Thank you, Ms. McDougal. So maybe I'll just ask if I'll start with some questions just from that have come up. So to administration, can you give us an idea, or can you comment on the jurisdiction of the area structure plan over water bodies and temporary diversion licenses?
So through the chair, the area structure plan is a future land use document that considers all of the future land uses, subdivision potential, and development restrictions within that area. Any Water Act approvals, it does not fall within municipal jurisdiction. It falls under the provincial departments that is responsible to administer the Water Act.
Thank you. Councillor Lutz.
Question for planning. I've worked in a couple different municipalities, and area structure plans typically don't take 4 years. I'm just wondering if there's any type of averages or, and I was trying to get that information, but on what you normally see for the time frame for to produce, or to it's not even producing, but to update an area structure plan. What does that typically look like?
So when we do a new area structure plan, it's starting from scratch. The only other statutory plan is typically the municipal development plan that applies. It again depends on how quickly, the work of the steering committee, progresses, whether there's any technical support that's needed from an engineering, looking at stormwater management, servicing, etc. With a review of an area structure plan, that is where there's an existing one in place and council is given direction to review. Those take on a time frame, anything from 1 year up to 4 years, as mentioned. The most recent one in Eagle Valley did take a long time to complete, but it again depends on the work and the scope, as well as the area and what the issues are associated with it. Typically, those processes include the steering committee meeting in public. It also includes engagements with the public, taking either a draft forward or engaging the public on specific policies before the process then concludes and goes through the formal process of adopting a new bylaw through the public hearing process.
Thank you.
A question, if I might?
Yes, Councillor Johnson?
A follow-up, 2 questions, if I might. Margaretta, is the function of an area structure plan to ensure development is located and managed appropriately and to ensure that infrastructure and services will meet the needs of current and future residents? Is that its function?
Through the chair, yes, that is the function. It is a future-looking document that through policies will guide what are the appropriate zoning, subdivision potential and development within that area, and may include other items as directed by council.
Thank you.
And is there any urgency to get this passed immediately?
There's no urgency to pass the document, but once the work is concluded from the steering committee, it is then up to council through the public hearing process to adopt those new policies. Again, we have a work plan for planning and development where we schedule these reviews, and typically we'll schedule in the next work program for the following year those other area structure plans or statutory plans that may need review. So there's no urgency, but again, once it is in front of council, it is council's decision to approve it.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Can we please go to page 201? So this is the Alberta Health Services report. It speaks to contaminated water, and it also recommends that hauled water, in the second last paragraph, the last sentence says, AHS does not recommend approval based on the used hauled water becomes standard practice for residential developments. So question to planning, when experts give us recommendations, do we generally heed them?
So Councillor Johnson, I think that's a tough question as well, because we don't have the Alberta Health Services individual who's the author of this letter to ask those questions. But Margaret, if you'd like to answer that.
So what we typically do when we are ready to move forward with the public hearing, we do circulate the area structure plan to all of our referral agencies, including Alberta Health Services and all the other referral responses that is in your package. Again, we as administration review those comments to see if there are any conflicts with our policies or anything that we need to identify to council, during the public hearing. So yes, we do value the input that is provided by our referral agencies when we bring area structure plan reviews forward.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
So if there's an option to leave the area structure plan public hearing open, does that mean that we can get additional information, facts and data that would help answer the issues that have been raised, or can that be brought back after the public hearing is closed?
So anything that's brought forward, Margaret, I believe anything that's brought forward in the public hearing, we can ask for clarification if it's been brought forward. We just can't introduce new information after new ideas after the public hearing's closed. But Margarita, would you like to?
Yes, so there is the opportunity to keep the public hearing open. That would mean the public will need to come back when it is brought forward if there's more additional information that's required. Council also has the option to close the public hearing and schedule a second or more public hearings if need be. So those are the options that are available to council.
So maybe I'll just read this again. I did read it at the beginning of the meeting, but section 4.09, council may choose to recess a public hearing to another time, date, or place. However, once the hearing has been closed, no new information may be provided to council. Council may receive updated information for clarification on subjects discussed as part of the public hearing to provide new information, provided new information is not introduced that would create an unfair approval process by restricting the public's ability to provide input. Okay. Councillor Johnson.
I'm just thinking, so I'm trying to understand.
So do you have a question with respect to the actual area structure plan bylaw? Any clarification with respect? Okay, so Councillor Lutz.
Just a question for Ryan, just following up on some of what I heard. I'm wondering if you could share the plan for the old county pit that was brought up as not being reclaimed, what the plan for that pit would be?
Sure. The plan is deep on it. There's a bunch of different factors that has been worked on it with Olds College and different things. But right now, from a county perspective, we are progressively reclaiming the pit. So we've reclaimed half of the pit. The pit is a quarter section. We've reclaimed the front half by the road. And right now, all we have left to reclaim in the pit is where the active stockpiles are. So once that's reclaimed, then it'll come back to council for future consideration on what's to happen on that property. But progressive reclamation's been going on for multiple years on that pit.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, or Councillor Lutz, please. Sorry.
I'm just wondering on that, do you have an estimated timeline on when it would be complete?
So right now we have, I don't know the exact numbers, we have probably about 60,000 ton of gravel in there. So as we haul that gravel out and that active stockpile is gone, then we'll go in and finish that reclamation. But I know we've been reclaiming in there since probably 2019. And our last trip in there was a couple of years ago. We did some more reclamation in there. So we're working on growing the grass. But as soon as the remaining stockpile is depleted, then we'll be in there finishing off the reclamation.
So do you have an estimate on time?
Yeah, I've presented different estimates to ledge services on this for the timeframe so that we can come up with a plan for what's going to happen to that property. We're looking at probably 3 years, 4 years in that range. It all depends on the re-gravel program.
Okay, thank you. And Margarita, do we normally include things like reclamation plans and area structure plans, or is that something that council considers separately?
It is considered separately. There is a requirement in the land use bylaw whenever a gravel pit is applied for, assuming that the zoning is already in place, that looks at phasing and information on, again, progressive reclamation.
Thank you. And there was another question that was asked on how other statutory plans fit into an area structure plan, specifically with respect to the provincial flood hazard review. So how are area structure plans impacted by changes to other statutory plans or the provincial studies after an area structure plan is approved?
So in the area structure plan, we do recognize that the officially approved South McDougal Flats flood hazard study is in the mapping included in the document. The province is working on the Upper Red Deer River Hazard Study that is a larger area than McDougal Flats. It goes from the Coal Camp Road all the way to Dixon Dam. So it covers all the reach within the Red Deer River within Mountain View County. This study also includes a portion of the Bearberry Creek that is also within McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan that has never been mapped before for flood hazard, which is floodway and flood fringe. That study started in 2017. Their most recent sharing of the floodway and flood fringe draft maps was at the end of last year with a consultation period that ended earlier in February. So the province is now reviewing all of the feedback that they've received and will be looking to finalize the study. There's no defined timeline. So how does a study impact the South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan? Again, the official mapping is what the county will use once it is available. Council may choose to, recognizing that this study will cover a much larger area than just McDougal Flats, consider provisions in our land use bylaw as well as in our municipal development plan that is a higher statutory plan than the area structure plan. When council considers if there are additional or more restrictive or changed policies and land use bylaw provisions brought forward, if council approves those in the municipal development plan with specific wording that they shall apply and supersede any other policies that we have in area structure plans, those policies will prevail.
Thank you very much. And so maybe I'll just, no, sorry, this is not part of the process, Mr. Baux. Councillor Miller.
So there was a reference to NRCB that was brought up earlier concerning intensive livestock. Now, I realize we're not discussing intensive livestock, but the statement was made that NRCB is the license, that we are the licensing and monitoring agency. Margaretta, can you comment on NRCB's, who actually does the licensing and who does the monitoring?
So for confined feeding operations CFOs, it's the NRCB that is the approving authority. They typically will circulate to municipality to ask what are the policies that you have in the county that may pertain to confined feeding operations. However, they are the approving authority for it. They are also, because they are the approving authority, the enforcement for any complaints or concerns regarding registered CFOs.
Okay, I had discussion with NRCB a little while ago concerning a feedlot, and I just wanted to verify that was the same information. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Margaretta, do we generally follow provincial policy on most things we do? I guess I'm asking in regard to the provincial water for life strategy. Its first priority is that there's safe, secure drinking water supply for everybody. So do we generally follow the principles that are put out by the provincial government?
Yes, the province, provides municipalities through the Municipal Government Act with the authorities that we do have here. And there is general consensus that, where municipalities through their bylaws and their operations, will comply with provincial requirements and legislation.
Thank you. Councillor Krebs.
So the procedure, are we still able to ask questions of the general public?
Yes, if you would like to ask a presenter if you could call on the presenter. That would be
Mr.
helpful.
Buick, Robert?
Yes, could you please come forward, Mr. Bell?
So my question to you is, do you have a question you'd like to ask about reclamation of the county pit?
No, not on that one. But I would like to make you aware of your municipal development plan. It'll take me 1 minute. Just a few sections that are applicable for your area structure plan. Section 1, agricultural preservation is paramount to Mountain View County. It is the backbone of the local economy, and the county will provide all necessary to support the industry in making land decisions. Section 1.2, new directions. The new direction for the MDP is to provide guidance and clarity for the facilitation of good, sound, sustainable development. Therefore, the new directions include point number 1, encouraging the conservation of agricultural land and rural lifestyle. Bullet 4, being sensitive to rural and agricultural views, vistas when allowing development. Bullet 6, working towards safe, effective fresh water and wastewater systems. Section 1.4, where you talk about your interpretation, bullet 1 gives us a directive what the definition of shall is. So shall is a directive term that indicates that the actions outlined are mandatory, therefore must be complied with without discretion. All critical for your area structure plan. So it tells us there that the subdivision and development applications that deviate from the general policy written within the agricultural preservation area are strongly discouraged and shall require significant justification and supporting evidence.
Okay, so Mr. Belk, we're discussing the area structure plan right now.
I know,
So,
this- when I
yeah,
listened
I
to
think-
Margareta Bloom,
I don't think there was a question directed at this. So Mr. Belk, I'm going to ask you to please sit down. Thank you.
but I
yeah.
will sit down. He's supposed to be serving us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Belk. Thank you. Mr. Fulton, Councillor Fulton, please.
A question, Margareta. Does the province or the municipality have any guarantee on the availability of water, quality and quantity on any parcel within the municipality or the province?
In Mountain View County, it is on-site servicing for water and wastewater, except for Natuck Crossing that has a wastewater system. When new parcels are proposed, there are requirements not only from the municipality, but some provincial that requires, for example, if it's for residential use, that there be proof of water. That is a requirement of when the subdivision process, when there's redesignation, subdivision to create the individual lots. From that point onwards, if those studies are acceptable, it is the responsibility of the landowner to drill the well and to maintain the well. So to answer your question in short, no, we don't have, we don't have jurisdiction over the individual wells of country residential lots. It is their responsibility to maintain.
And we have no control over or guarantees of quantity or quality. Water can change, the level can change due to environmental conditions. What's in it can change from
That is
whatever
correct.
reasons, and that's not a responsibility of the municipality or the province.
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we've been going for about an hour and a half. So we will be taking a break until, let's go until 20 to 11. So we'll take an 8-minute break right now. All right, thank you, everyone. We will resume the regular council meeting of March 27th, and we're still in the public hearing portion, and we are at the stage where we have opened the floor for council to ask questions for clarification. So Margaret, maybe I'll kick off with one that has been asked, and that is with respect to a third-party review. Is there a requirement to do an area structure plan review with a third party?
To the chair, the Municipal Government Act does not identify how municipalities should prepare their area structure plans, their statutory plans. Here at Mountain View County, in the past, again, prior to me being here, I've been here for 10 years. There, from time to time, would be the use of consultants, a third party to do a new area structure plan or review. But since I've been here, council has supported that staff in-house do the reviews and any of our statutory plans. So it is always an option for council. Typically, when council directs a review to be done, there is a terms of reference prepared. So that terms of reference will prepare if there's a steering committee to be struck, how the process is outlined. And again, it will be at that time for council to direct if there are any third parties to be involved, to lead the process, provide any support for it, and the associated dollars. But here at Mountain View County, all of our reviews are done using municipal staff.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnson.
At the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance Spring Forum, the AER agreed to put a monitoring water well in the McDougal Flats area. If the public hearing is closed, will information that is garnered from that monitoring well be allowed to come forward?
So Margareta, can you answer that with respect to our discussions and our connections with the AER and environmental and protected areas?
So again, I'm not familiar with the agreement of the AER to do a monitoring well, but once the public hearing is closed, no new information can be submitted. The alternative would be for council to keep the public hearing open.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
So if it would be acceptable to the council.
Okay, so sorry, Councillor Johnson, we're still in the information gathering session. Okay. So any direction or any debate will have to happen after the public hearing is closed. So we're still in information gathering.
But if the public hearing is closed, then we can't get in additional information.
So we'll go through the public hearing, and then if council is of the opinion that they would like to keep the public hearing open, we can have that discussion at the end of this portion of the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other questions from council? Okay, so maybe I'll throw in one more, Margareta, just from feedback again from the public. Can you just provide some clarity on the purpose of the area structure plan and how it actually impacts redesignation files? Is there any requirement to redesignate your lands based on the area structure plan?
So the area structure plan intent is to bring forward the future guidance for redesignation, so changing the zoning, subdivision potential, and development. There is no requirement when you look at the future land use map that's up on the screen today for any of these lands to change zoning. How any changes in zoning is established is through the application process that is landowner or applicant driven. So nothing within this area structure plan changes the zoning of land, but it will be used as a guiding document when applications is submitted to evaluate proposals for zoning, subdivision, and development.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Councillor Lutz.
Don't know how to phrase this right, but just, can you expand a little bit more on the area structure plan with the intent of the Crown land that was brought up, and I was interested in that as well.
So through the chair, on the map in front of you, the future land use concept, all of the parcels in gray is identified as owned by the Crown. So those are lands that, you know, typically, again, for environmental protection are typically the reason why the Crown owned land, they're closest to the Red Deer River. The province also from time to time may own land for infrastructure purposes. So the full quarter section there in the general central area of the map shown on the cursor at the moment, that is called the Alberta Transportation Pit. This is a property of land that Alberta Transportation has used as a project pit in the past and will continue to use in the future for gravel extraction. So again, from the provincial perspective, whenever they use Crown land, they don't necessarily require municipal approvals, for example, redesignation before they use Crown land for Crown purposes.
Thank you. Councillor Krebs.
Margareta, how many people work in the planning department?
The planning department has 15.8 full-time positions.
So I guess I don't expect them to be experts on this stuff, but do you think your staff has the ability to get some answers on some of these things from Alberta Environment? Things like air quality, water quality, how to monitor it, how, you know, are the contaminants coming from the gravel pits or not? Do we have resources that we could look into that?
If there are questions that council would need in order to make a decision, we would need clear direction from council on what those items are. And then obviously we would need to determine whether that's relevant for the area structure plan.
So, and again, I think that it's important to note, this isn't redesignating any lands. This isn't changing designation. So if there's questions regarding existing operations, then that maybe is a different discussion than the area structure plan.
But that is my question, that it's, you know, in the future, we need to know these things.
Yeah. Is there any other questions? Councillor Lutz.
So we've had conversations about noise bylaws, and to my knowledge, we weren't entertaining one because of ag operations. Everybody would have to comply to a noise bylaw. For planning or for operations, are you aware of any prior noise law? I know you've only been here 10 years, but do you know anything about a existing, well, a bylaw that had been changed on noise?
Yes, so in the past, there used to be a noise bylaw that was particularly approved by county to deal with a shooting facility on the west side of Olds. And the bylaw, you know, specifically looked at regulating noise on that facility. I think it was around the 2016-17 timeframe where Council of the Day rescinded that bylaw. So there are no noise bylaws within Mountain View County.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Councillor Johnson.
Can we just look?
Your mic's not on, Councillor Johnson.
Sorry. Can we just go to page 26 for a moment, please? I have to find it, 8.6.2. Sorry, this has taken a minute. I had the wrong page. Okay, so it's actually on page 42. So 8.6.2 policy H says the county shall not approve a development if the intended supply of water is groundwater and studies pursuant to the Water Act indicate the groundwater resources are insufficient or the use of groundwater may unduly impact groundwater users already in the area. However, the county may approve the subdivision or development if hauling the potable water in a cistern or cisterns plural are to be used in place of partially or in place of groundwater. So this area structure plan that's proposed is counter to the expert opinion that homeowners shouldn't rely on hauled water. So I guess my question is, I think we've established that the county and the province work together to look at groundwater. And yet in this recommendation, we're recommending something to accept that is counter to expert opinion. So could you comment on that, please?
Yes, so the heading of this section is roads and utilities. And again, the policy H that you've identified talks about water supply. So again, this is not specifically proposed to residential. This applies to all development. So whether you're doing business industrial, whether you're doing residential or some other use, the appropriate requirements for water must be proved. So again, talking about the hauling of potable water may not necessarily, it applies to the development that is appropriate. Again, if you're proposing, for example, residential subdivision, in the policies of the residential section and under the Water Act, there are specific requirements that must be met for water, for residential, but those requirements may not apply to other types of development, for example, business industrial, where hauling may be appropriate.
Thank you.
So would this apply to the people who you sent the 640 letters to?
So this would apply to development within McDougal Flats area structure plan that is brought forward through the application process.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other questions? Okay, so Margaret, maybe I will just ask the process. It says once in our bylaw, once the chair is satisfied that all pertinent information has been provided and that council has no further questions, the public hearing will be closed. What is the avenue for council to consider keeping the public hearing open if they would choose to?
My recommendation would be that there be a motion put on the table for deferral, any discussion by council, and then a vote whether to defer it. Consideration should be given if that is deferred to a specific timeline. As again, if we keep the public hearing open, we may need to re-advertise to the public, and then everybody that's here in the audience or online will know, when to expect a return.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm going to look if there's anyone who would like to make a motion.
I would like to
Councillor
make that
Johnson.
motion, please. I would move that council leave the public hearing open so that we can consider other information that's coming forward, and that we would defer second reading of the McDougal Flats area structure plan until the end of November.
Okay, so Councillor Johnson, we haven't got second reading on the floor, so your motion can't include second reading because we haven't entertained that yet. So it should
Okay.
just reflect deferral of the public hearing.
So I would move that we leave the public hearing open. And can I talk about why I want to do
Okay,
that?
just wait 1 minute. We'll put the motion on the screen so council knows what they're debating. And then we'll just make sure, Councillor Johnson, that we have your motion correct so that we can have proper debate.
Do I need to say the public hearing for the McDougal Flats area structure plan open?
Okay,
Please.
And so just looking towards administration, do we need to propose a time and a date? There should be something else directing administration, I think.
So I did hear that Councillor Johnson mentioned something about November. So the recommendation would be that the motion read that the public hearing be deferred until a date to be established by council, but no sooner than November 2024, to allow for additional information to be considered.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's just wait and make sure we get the suggested motion up, and obviously administration cannot make a motion, so I'll be looking forward to Councillor Johnson to confirming that was her motion when we have the wording correct. Okay, so Councillor Johnson, we'll just remove the top one. Councillor Johnson, does that reflect your motion?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that the area structure plan public hearing be deferred until a date to be established by council no sooner than November 2024 to allow for additional information. Can I now speak to what additional?
So we'll just finish the motion. So the motion actually reads that the public hearing, and these are for people online that may not see it. The motion reads that the public hearing for bylaw number 0124 South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan be deferred until a date to be established by council no sooner than November 2024 to allow for additional information to be considered. Councillor Johnson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. I think I have total respect for the people on the area structure plan and the hard work they did to put this document together. Those 16 meetings and your effort are significant, and I appreciate it. I do think, though, that I have heard some angst from people within the area structure plan area that they are very concerned about water. And I think that given that the AER has agreed to put a monitoring well in the area structure plan area, and that we are on the verge of what is predicted to be a stage 5 drought. I think by November, we will have a lot of additional information. Perhaps the hazard and flood study will be finished by then as well. I think that we will have a lot more information by the end of November that we could put some of the concerns to rest, or based on facts and data, we could change the area structure plan to recognize the facts and data that come out of the information that we're provided. So I think that between now and November, I think those timelines are reasonable. I understand there is no urgency to go forward with this. Certainly nobody has a crystal ball. We're not sure what's going to happen between now and November, but from a weather point of view and from additional studies where facts and data can come forward, I think there's good reason to leave this open till then.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Councillor Harris.
So I was a member of the area structure. I guess I still am a member of the area structure plan committee, and I'm well aware that some would like it extended. I participated in and heard vigorous debate on many issues. What I do note is that a lot of the concerns that are now coming forward are areas that are basically outside of our control. So I note in the Alberta Health Services letter on 2001, on page 201, sorry, it talks about in recent years has received numerous complaints of air quality and groundwater quality. And it's been passed on to Alberta Environment. And we have nothing to say that Alberta Environment, which is their purview, that's their area of responsibility, have done anything or felt anything was required. It's clear that, to me, that, well, it just seems like a red herring to delay things. And I just don't think it's reasonable. There's a lot of work gone into this. The public members have represented the area well. I'm just really aware that volume doesn't equal numbers, and 640 letters went out, and we basically had 5 or 6 people here, very passionate. But that just doesn't sway me. I think that the job on the area structure plan was well done, well debated, and I just don't see a reason to delay it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Miller.
So in regards to Peggy's motion, can I ask Peggy, what specific information are we looking to get back from what specific department?
I think that's a very good question. With respect to Councillor Harris's remarks, at the Red Deer River Watershed Line Spring Forum, which was in Sundre, there were lots of people there who had concerns about water. That's why Mr. Herrera from AER agreed to a monitoring well to be put in the McDougal Flats area. I think that we could gather data about how much the aquifer is being affected over perhaps the drought summer, whether or not some of these wells are going to go dry. That's the kind of data I would like us to gather. I would also like to have a better understanding of how municipal law and provincial law works together when it comes to water. Because even after having sat here now for my second term, I don't totally understand, even after significant effort, what it is that we need to do and what the province does. And so I think there can be better understanding here about what is our role to play in water. There is no doubt that we have control over land, and that land has very little value if it doesn't have water. And I don't see any downside of waiting and trying to gather more data so that we could make a well-informed decision. It would also give us a chance to look at facts and data related to minerals in wells. There's lots of data out there. I haven't looked for it. What are the lead levels, the fluoride levels in wells in Mountain View County in general? Is this an anomaly or is it common based on what's in our subsurface rock? So I think there's lots of good information we could gather that would be really useful, not only for this decision, but for other decisions going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further? Councillor Lutz.
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion. I hear people's concerns are very, very important. The work has to continue with the proper regulators and government bodies to address those concerns, not dismissing them one bit. But I don't think holding up the area structure plan is going to alleviate those. I think it's going to hold the process up, and we can still continue with the work on getting those, getting the information. So I appreciate the steering committee's work, the public consultation. We try and make government efficient, and to me, taking 4 to 6 years to do a plan, that's just a really good example of an inefficient government organization. So I trust our administration and won't support your motion.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Krebs.
Yeah, I am going to support the motion. I'm all about efficiency, but I also believe in doing it right. And I think there's been concerns brought up, and I'm doing this as much to support the gravel and the residents to try to clear the air, so to speak, because we need to know, are these pollutants coming from gravel pits? Or are they not? So to sort it out, let's do it right. I'm absolutely not in favor of a third party doing this because I'm sure you're talking 6 figures to get that done. We have a planning department, they get paid well to do that. That's their job. So I don't expect them to be experts, but if we ask them to go find out the data that Peggy's talking about, it's not up to Councillor Johnson or any other councillor here to do that. That's up to our planning department. So I think we tasked them with doing that and have that data come back to another public hearing.
Okay, is there any other discussion? So I'm not going to support deferral either. I think that this is a land use planning document that's supposed to be in place for 20 years. And if I look at in 2014, we were dealing with floods. This year, unfortunately, we will probably be looking at dealing with droughts. And so I think within the planning cycles, we're going to be doing both floods and droughts. And realizing that this is still council's decision at this table to do any redesignations that come forward. And council does not have to redesignate lands that they don't feel are appropriate. And so council always holds the authority. That is something that cannot be delegated. The authority to redesignate lands lies with council. And so if council at the time of any redesignation feels like they require more information or they're not happy with the file that comes forward, it's up to council to request additional information or either approve or not approve the files when they come forward. But when I look at all of the other important information that is included in an area structure plan for not only commercial development, but country residential development and trying to focus that in areas, I think the steering committee did a great job in relooking. There is quite a bit of change to where we are allowing proposed change to where we're allowing country residential development. There's intensification potentially where areas are already developed with country residential, which I think is also an extremely important aspect of this area structure plan. So I won't support the motion, but is there any other further debate on this discussion of deferral? So we are only voting on the motion for allowing the public hearing to remain open. Okay, seeing no further discussion, or Councillor Krebs?
I just have one request. I'd like this vote to be recorded, please.
Okay, so we have a request for a recorded vote. So with that then, I will call to question. All in favor of the motion? And all those opposed? And that motion's carried. And so, or that motion's defeated, I'm sorry. Very sorry about that. That motion has been defeated. And so with that, I will ask for closing comments from planning on the public hearing.
We have no closing comments. Thank you.
Okay, so there's no closing comments. Thank you very much. Then I will officially close the public hearing. Okay, and so so I'll be looking for a recommendation for second reading on the bylaw. And so the purpose of the second reading, once second reading is on the floor, then council can by motion make any amendments to the bylaw that they choose. And then those amendments will be debated by council and then they will be voted on. So Councillor Harris, please.
I'll move the council give second reading to bylaw number 01/24 for the South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan.
Thank you very much. And so again, in order to change a bylaw, we will need a motion on the floor to change the bylaw, and then that motion can be debated. Councillor Johnson.
I would move to amend the motion that we would delay second reading until the end of November.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to defer second reading until November. Margaretta, can you please just confirm? I think deferral motions are now debatable, but I just can you just confirm if they are debatable or not?
Yes, they are.
They are. Well, we just debated the last one, so I should have known that better. Okay, so discussion. We'll wait for the motion to be on the screen.
Well, they're sorting that out. Can I ask a question? It's just a procedure question.
Yes?
If I want to vote, all the votes recorded on this to roll onto the next agenda item, do you want me to ask individually or can I just ask that now?
No, you can ask before each vote.
Okay.
That's the process.
Okay, then I'd like this one recorded as well.
Okay, so we'll put the motion up and then we'll ensure that. Okay, so Councillor Johnson, does that reflect your motion?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just read the motion in for everyone who is online. The motion reads that council defer second reading to bylaw number 0124 for the South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan to November 2024. Councillor Johnson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. The function of an area structure plan is not only to ensure development is located and managed appropriately, but it's also to ensure that the infrastructure and services will meet the needs of current and future residents. And that's supported by the provincial Water for Life strategy that says the first priority of water should be that there's safe, secure drinking water supply for people. And given that we have an opportunity to solicit more facts and data, even in the absence of an open public hearing, and that this gives us a chance to see whether or not the drought predicted materializes and how that affects wells in the area. I don't see any urgency for passing this today, and I would ask for support for my motion.
Okay, is there anyone who would, is there any further discussion on this? Councillor Fulton?
Yeah, I would like to have that information for the entire county, not just specific to this particular ASB. I have as much water concern in other areas, and especially to the east regions of the county as to just this specific area. So I don't feel that information is going to change any potential applications or developments in this area or anywhere else in the county. So I look forward to that information, but I'm not gonna defer this decision based on that when the water issue is countywide, province-wide, not just micro-focused in this one area.
I would agree.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Harris?
Yeah, for the reasons I've already stated and the fact that holding this up has the potential to cause problems for a lot of other people in the area that are looking to move forward with developments and things. So I won't support it.
Okay, is there anyone else? And then Councillor Johnson, I'll let you close. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this? No? Okay, Councillor Johnson?
This absolutely is a county-wide issue, a province-wide issue, and a worldwide issue. And so it's no surprise that we are here talking about water. We have a real opportunity to make a difference, not only for the residents in this area structure plan area, but for the county in general. Once we understand better what the interface is between how municipal land law and provincial water law work together, we can help all residents. And so this is an excellent opportunity to move us forward to help all our residents, I totally think.
Thank you. Okay. So given the fact that we have been working with the province for 5 years now to come to an agreement on a definition of bodies of water, this is not an issue that's going to be a quick resolve. And again, this is a land use planning document, and it's something that people will still have to come forward with redesignations to council for. So this is not in any way, shape, or form of making any approvals, and therefore I think it needs to be dealt with. So we have the motion on the screen. The council defer second reading, and so Councillor Krebs?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about future decisions, but if there's people that are waiting for future redesignations, I don't know how we make those decisions if we're worried about what they're proposing is gonna contaminate groundwater or air or any other concern like that. So I think whether we do it now or we do it the next time we have a redesignation application, we need to know that.
So just again we do have an area structure plan. So if we don't approve this area structure plan, the existing area structure plan is still in effect, which I believe the steering committee did not feel was as appropriate for development as the new area structure plan. So I don't want anyone to think that someone can't come forward with a redesignation under the old area structure plan, because that one still exists. So this area structure plan is meant to be an improvement based on all of the information that we have learned since 2010. So by not moving forward with this area structure plan, it does not mean that there isn't still already an existing statutory plan. It's just 14 years old. So with that then, I'm going to look to call to question. So there has been a request for a recorded vote on this motion. And so with that, I will call to question. All in favor of the deferral motion? And those opposed? And that motion's lost. Okay, so we are on second reading. I will entertain any motions for amendments to bylaw 0124. No, so the process is second reading is now on the floor. It's an opportunity for council to make any motions regarding amendments to bylaw 0124. Councillor Johnson.
So I would move, if we go to page 42 on 8.6.2, policy H, I would move that we would remove the clause. However, the county may approve the subdivision or development if hauling in potable water and a cistern or cisterns are to be used in place of or partially in place of groundwater. I would move to amend by removing that sentence.
Okay, so we'll just wait for that motion to be on the screen. So while that's coming up on the screen, Councillor Johnson, I'll let you speak to your motion.
Thank you. When you look at the Eagle Valley Area Structure Plan, the present Water Valley Structure Plan, you will see, and I know that Councillor Fulton is concerned that all areas of the county be treated equally. So you will see that the policies in those other documents include only the former part of this policy H, and they don't include the part where it says the county may approve the subdivision or development if hauling in potable water and putting it in a cistern instead of groundwater is acceptable. So this makes it consistent with the others, and it also recognizes the provincial water for life strategy that says that first priority of water is that it should be safe, secure drinking water supply for people.
Thank you. Discussion on this motion. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I can't support it. I have many people in different areas of my division that have had cisterns for years. The fact is, aquifers aren't always consistent. And so people have chosen to build or develop on a particular part of their land and have accepted the fact that the aquifer doesn't provide them the water they want, so they put in a cistern system. I don't see how removing that somehow improves the supply of groundwater in this plan area. I get it, water is an important issue. I just don't think it should be taking front and center in a plan that deals with so many other things. And as far as I recognize that there is an existing ASP, but there have been changes in this one that would facilitate development in areas, particularly the residential areas, that can't go forward if this plan doesn't go forward. So for those reasons, I won't support that.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? So Councillor Krebs.
Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify Councillor Johnson's motion. Are you getting the fact that, let's say there's an industrial application, commercial application, that's going to affect the groundwater? So we wouldn't approve it if they were allowed to bring in potable water to run their office. They still can suck the groundwater out of the pond. Is that what you're getting at?
This says that that the county will not approve a development if the groundwater and the studies, according to the Water Act, it shows that the water is insufficient.
Right, but previous to your amendment, it would have been allowed if they would have hauled in potable water to run their office. Because I guess what I'm getting at is we're concerned about the water table being contaminated. It's still not okay to let that happen just because they bring in potable water to run their office.
Yeah, this says if we don't have enough water, we're not going to have more development.
Yep.
Councillor Miller.
I think in regards to that, there's many instances, rural, where they do bring in all their own potable water. I've got people that have been living on cisterns just because they may have the water, but maybe not the quality they desire. So for years, my ag industry's been hauling in water. They've been using it for individual use. So this would sure limit any development out there in my view.
Thank you. Yeah, and I won't support this. I don't understand where AHS got their data from because there are many country residential and homes that rely on potable water and cisterns. We're blessed here that we can drill wells in this area and we can hit water. In many areas in the province can't actually access water at all. And by definition, potable water is water that is suitable for human consumption. And so I see no reason to limit people to how they want to develop their own dwellings. So with that, Councillor Krebs.
I guess that's where my confusion, that's what I'm getting at is I don't want to put words in Councillor Johnson's mouth, but my idea is we're not outlawing cisterns. We're just saying if you're going to affect the groundwater, the safety of the groundwater with your development, it's not going to negate that and make it okay if you're just going to haul in your own potable water and put it in a cistern.
Okay, so
the reason for my motion is that when I looked up when I did the homework about the AHS report, where it says that hauling in water is not the most desirable. It said it wasn't recommended. So, and it was made by somebody who has a CPHI. And I thought, well, what's that? So I looked it up. And that's a Canadian Institution of Public Health Inspectors. And I thought, well, here is somebody that has a bachelor's degree in public health. And I think it was 420 hours of apprenticeship working in public health. You had to belong to the organization, and you had to do 2 exams, one with the 60% and one with the 70% pass mark. And so here's somebody in public health saying that hauling in water, not because you choose to, because yours maybe is potable, but you don't like the taste of it, or maybe it's more convenient in the way you run your household. So that's not the reason. This says that you don't have to, that you have a choice, that you will have potable water coming out of your tap if you should choose to use it. And so I accept that recommendation, and it is in other area structure plans across the county. And so I think that the fact that we're doing a special policy where we're going to allow development depending on cisterns and hauling in groundwater, it's obviously going to make it much more expensive for those residents. I don't know if people notice yet, but the price of gas is about to go up. And so hauling anything is going to be much more expensive. Water weighs 10 pounds to the gallon. You don't haul it in for free. I think that that there's lots of reasons to take this policy and amend it.
Okay, so with that, I am going to call to question of the motion to remove the opportunity for potable water. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's lost. Is there any other additions or motions to amend the area structure plan from council? Councillor Lutz, please.
Just had a question on page 62 with the acknowledgements removed. I'm wondering if the acknowledgements, if it's just to document history, if we should be adding the steering committee members and the administration, if there was a particular reason. And I'm sorry, maybe that's more of a question I should have asked, but.
So did you want to make a motion to include those from administration in the acknowledgements?
Yeah, I move that we would add the acknowledgement section to record the steering committee members and the Mountain View administration that was involved in this, creating this updating this document.
Okay, so while we're putting that motion on the screen, Councillor Lutz, I'll let you speak to your motion.
I just think it's important to, for generations looking back, and it's a good record. That steering committee, I think they deserve acknowledgement. They put, 16 meetings in and a whole lot of time, and I appreciate the work they did, and I just think they should be acknowledged and thanked.
Thank you. And what section of the document is that in, Councillor Lutz? We'll just make sure we get the section correct as well.
It was more almost like a title page. It was the first page in the. So it didn't have a section, but it's on page 62.
Okay, so that was suggested to be removed. So you're requesting that the acknowledgement section be reintroduced to the area structure plan with the current members and the Mountain View County administration.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we'll wait for that to be on the screen. So we'll wait for the motion to be on the screen. I'll just ask if anyone would like to speak. Is there any consideration from council on that motion that we would like to debate?
I got it. So why was it stricken in the first place? Was that a choice of the steering committee or administration, or why do we take it off?
So through the chair, we recommended removing that. Again, we didn't feel that it is a necessity. The steering committee didn't disagree with it. My recommendation would be that, if we were to add it after the table of content before section 1 introduction.
Okay, so do you need that? Do we need to put that kind of clarity in the motion, do you think, Margaretta, or can that be an administrative?
We can administratively deal with it, but just to let council know, that's where I would think it would fit best.
Okay, and so just again, the motion reads that council add the acknowledgement section in to record the steering committee members and Mountain View County administration names that were involved in creating this document. Councillor Lutz, does that capture your motion?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on that motion? No? With that, I will call the question on the motion. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Is there any further amendments to, that council would like to put forward? Councillor Lutz? Councillor Harris? Oh, sorry, I thought you were reaching, I was anticipating, sorry, my bad. All right, if there is no further amendments to the area structure plan at this point at second reading, then I will call to question on second reading. All those in,
I'd like this one recorded. Please.
okay, and so we've got another request for a recorded vote on second reading.
And can we put it up on the screen?
No,
The-
it will
the
be-
actual
it-
motion?
Oh, yeah, it's the motion in your agenda package, Councillor Krebs. It's a motion for second reading. Okay, so we have had a request for a recorded vote. Motion for second reading. I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's carried. So we have the opportunity to move third reading. Councillor Harris.
I'll move the council give third reading to bylaw number 01/24 for the South McDougal Flats Area Structure Plan.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion or any further amendments? Councillor Krebs.
Like it recorded too.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
I guess. I would just make a comment if I might. Certainly, I have already acknowledged appreciation for the people that worked hard on the area structure plan. But I am disappointed that the county uses taxpayer money to solicit input from experts like Alberta Health Services and others, and asks our residents to come and voice their concerns. And then we go forward in spite of those. And I just wanted to voice my disappointment that we didn't do a little better job of finding some common ground.
Okay. Thank you. And those letters that are in the agenda package from the referral agencies, as per the policies, are referred to agencies. So those letters don't cost the county anything. They are actually a requirement of circulation to all agencies when we do an area structure plan review. Okay, is there any further comments? No, and so we have a request for a recorded vote at third reading. So with that, I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, so we will move on. So we have the Legacy Land Trust delegation. We'll just wait until, yes, the area structure plan has been approved. Thank you very much to the steering committee. Thank you for all your hard work. We really appreciate everything that you have done. Thank you. 16 meetings was a lot of effort to put into this, and we very, very much appreciate. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sorry, So Rebecca Nielsen, welcome to council. Thank you for taking the time to come and present to us as a delegation today. We very much appreciate your time.
Well, thank you for having me.
So with that, maybe what I'll do, if it's all right, I don't know if you're familiar with all of our council members, but we'll just introduce you to all of our council members. So I'll start with Councillor Krebs, please.
Thank you.
Morning, Gord Krebs, Division 4.
Morning.
Morning, Dwayne Bolton, Division 1.
Hello, Rebecca. Peggy Johnson, Division 6.
Good morning. I'm Angela Albers, Division 5 in the Reeve, and that's around the Sundre area.
Good morning, Alan Miller, Division 3.
Good morning, Rebecca. Hi, we know each other.
Good morning, Greg Harris, Division 2, and that's the Water Valley Cremona area.
And we'll just go through staff as well and make sure make sure you're familiar with our staff too. Thanks,
Thank you.
Rebecca.
Good morning, Margaretta Bloom, Director for Planning and Development Services, and I'm also acting CAO today, as Jeff Holmes is not here.
Good morning, Rebecca. I'm Chris Ratchson. I'm Director of Legislative Community and Agricultural Services.
Good morning. I'm Mike Krieger. I'm Manager of Assessment Services.
And I'm Ryan Morrison. I'm the Director of Operational Services.
Good morning. Thanks. And I'll just hit Laura and Shelley on the other side too.
Laura Campmans, I'm the Executive Assistant.
Good morning. Oh, and Shelley, please.
Hi, I'm Shelley French, Communications.
Thank you. And now I will pass the floor over to you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me here today to celebrate a decade of conservation success with Mountain View County Council. My name is Rebecca Nielsen, and I'm the Executive Director of the Legacy Land Trust Society. And with me here today, there are some directors and volunteers and friends who have joined us for this presentation. So in October of 2023, we celebrated 10 years, our anniversary as an organization. And we wanted to take some time to celebrate that milestone here with you today. Can I get the slide, the next slide? Thank you. So I'm going to spend a brief moment talking about the history of the organization, and then we're going to cover some of the accomplishments that we've had over the last 10 years. And then I'm going to spend most of the time celebrating the 15 conservation easements that we currently hold and talking a little bit about some of our conservation easements in progress. You'll note that sometimes I use the word conservation easements and sometimes I'll abbreviate that as CE. 10 years is a long time. And the reason we're able to be here today to celebrate our accomplishments over these last 10 years is because of the community and the partnerships that Legacy has built over this last decade. Mountain View County is one of those longstanding partners. So for a brief history of the organization, back in the early 2000s, there was a Mountain View County staff member named Candace Bannock who was doing some research for her master's project, and she found that a land trust would be viable in Mountain View County. So at that time, the council and a local volunteer, Jim Smith, put together a group of community members to build the framework for what has now become Legacy Land Trust Society. The society was registered under the Societies Act in 2013, and in 2015, we received charitable status and placed the first CE on Marilyn Halverson's land. Here we have a list of achievements. I'll let you read through them, but I do want to highlight our annual calendar. Mountain View County Council has been a longtime supporter of our calendar project, and it features the work of local photographers. And I think we're up about 70 or more photographers now who have contributed to those annual calendars. It's a beautiful way to increase awareness of private land conservation. In addition to the calendars, we've done guided walks on CE properties. We have 2 bluebird trails. We took part in a project to create a coffee table book of local historic barns, and that was called Paint the Barn Red. We've done events such as fundraisers, the Buttercup Blitz, Paint Pen and Pixels, a Bergen Pasture Management Learning Day. We've participated in several programs, including Water Quality and You, which was a program along the the Red Deer River. We're currently involved in a program called Water Quality and You 2, which is focused on the Little Red Deer River. We've registered 15 conservation easements, which is 3,397 acres of land. And we have 8 conservation easements in progress, and that amounts to over 1,000 acres. So now we're going to walk through each of the 15 conservation easements that Legacy currently holds. Signed in 2015, the Halverson easement is 134 acres in the Bergen area and was the first Legacy Land Trust Society easement. The landowner has described this property as a love story, a love for the land that has been right across the road from her house since she was a child. The landowner's vision is for a future where important lands are preserved and this has played a big role in Legacy's success. We now have 11 conservation easements or conservation easement projects in the Bergen area. Jackson Lake is a conservation easement that is the first of 2 conservation easements for land owned by Mountain View County. This easement was signed in 2017. It's made up of 644 acres of land and is home to not 1, but 2 glacial erratics. So if you love a big rock, Jackson Lake is a great place to visit. Jackson Lake is in fact a large slough near the middle of the property, and it provides important nesting grounds for many bird species. The 114-acre Owl Ridge Conservation Easement was signed in 2018, and it's Legacy's only Water Valley Conservation Easement. As its name suggests, Owl Ridge was named for the many owl species that make their home on the property, including the great gray owl, the barred owl, the northern saw-whet, the boreal, and the northern pygmy. In addition to owls, the land provides habitats for many species of songbirds, mammals, insects, and more. The Antoniac CE is on a quarter section of land in the Eagle Hill area, and it was signed in November of 2018. The Little Red Deer River flows through the northwest corner of the property, and the Antoniac's goal is to maintain the upland mixedwood forest and riparian habitat along the Little Red Deer River in a natural state to support the river's riparian corridor, while at the same time supporting agricultural production on the portion of the property that is under cultivation. Next door to the Antoniac property, the 140-acre Smith Conservation Easement was signed in January of 2019. The Little Red Deer River runs through the property, which is in the Eagle Hill area northwest of Olds, and creates a haven for wildlife, including more than 80 species of birds, numerous mammals, plants, and fungi that have been observed on the land over the last 30 years that it has been stewarded by the Smith family. Campbell Pit is the second of the 2 conservation easements that are owned by Mountain View County. This easement was signed in November of 2019, and it is made up of 160 acres of land. 140 acres of which is native vegetation, mainly mixed wood forest. The Little Red Deer River flows through the property, and it's left an old oxbow behind in the northeast quarter. The county has reported sightings of great blue heron and bald eagle on the property, as well as a rare water bird, a sora, which was discovered in the wetland during the baseline study. This land also provides excellent habitat for moose and deer. Sarah Leach, who's one of our volunteers, put together a beautiful video called Winter on the Campbell Pit Conservation Easement, using some game camera footage from the property. And you can go have a look at that video and one about Jackson Lake that are on our website under the programs section. The 314-acre West Hawk Conservation Easement is in the Bergen area, and it was signed in April of 2021. This landowner has dedicated his life to farming and to serving the agricultural community. The easement is a working landscape with a focus on allowing agriculture to continue using farming techniques that minimize impact on the environment, and on preserving areas as a refuge for wildlife in both the upland areas and the wetland that are that are present on the property. Great gray owls, great horned owls, pileated woodpeckers, cougar, elk, moose, and deer have been seen on the West Hawk lands. And of special note, there is a nesting pair of sandhill cranes. The Ross CE is 421 acres of land strung along the north side of the Red Deer River, and it's east of the town of Black Falls. This property includes a wide variety of habitats to support wildlife, including mixed wood forest, marsh, riparian areas, and the Red Deer River Valley. The Ross family has a long farming history with the land that started in 1936, and their strong ties with the property led them to sign a conservation easement in July of 2021 so that it would be preserved in its natural state forever. Signed in December of 2021, Kettle Crossing is a 154.5 acre conservation easement in the Bergen area. This quarter section is bisected by the Fallen Timber Creek, which flows into the Red Deer on Crown land just beyond the northern property line, and Community Creek, which is a little spring-fed creek that flows year-round and originates in a wetland west of the property. Community Creek joins Fallen Timber on Kettle Crossing, and this small creek's mouth acts as a trout nursery. Fallen Timber supports 3 species of trout, and the valley's home to mule deer, white-tailed deer, moose, elk, martens, and beaver, to name a few. Sullivan Lake is an interesting one. It is 108 acres of land located on the eastern shore of Sullivan Lake in Paint Earth County. And it was signed by the same landowners as the Kettle Crossing CE in December of 2021. Sullivan Lake is a large alkaline lake that covers 220 square miles in east central Alberta. It's named after John Sullivan, who was an Irish-Canadian astronomer and mathematician who accompanied John Palliser on his 3-year expedition across Canada in 1857 and 1860. Sullivan Lake is a staging area for migrating waterfowl, and every autumn, thousands of birds, mostly geese and swans, land on the lake and rest on the shoreline. The unbroken shortgrass prairie helps to support a herd of antelope that spends its summer in the area, and other wildlife include mule deer, coyotes, foxes, badgers, and ground squirrels. The Ingeveld East and Ingeveld West conservation easements were signed in June of 2022. These Bergen area lands together make up a total of 329 acres, and they're situated on the south side of the Red Deer River. The river's headwaters are in Banff National Park in the Skokie Valley, and it flows east from there over 724 kilometers to a place where it joins the South Saskatchewan River just on the other side of the Saskatchewan border. The Red Deer River watershed occupies 8% of Alberta's landmass, or 49,650 square kilometers. The Ingeveld properties are working landscapes, and they have been part of the family farming operation for more than 50 years. In an area where acreage and recreational development pressure is increasing, the landowners knew that it was really important to preserve the land so that future generations could continue to use it for agricultural purposes while maintaining its environmental integrity and protecting the Red Deer River and the vital wildlife corridor that it creates. Yes, and this is Ingeveld West, so thank you. The 78-acre Serviceberry Farms conservation easement is located in Wheatland County. It was signed in July of 2022, and it's a very interesting property. It uses a system of eco-buffers to create wildlife habitat and nesting areas for birds. The diverse ecosystems created by intentionally planting a variety of trees and plants draws pollinators and other insects to these areas. In 2020 and 2021, a year-long bird ID project was undertaken on the property, and it identified all categories of birds: waterfowl, hawks, swallows, songbirds, sparrows, and passerines. Some special species that were noted were the bald eagle, a Baltimore oriole, a downy woodpecker, a double-crested cormorant, a ruby-crowned kinglet, and a Sora rail. Halverson 2 represents the second conservation easement by the same landowner who signed our very first conservation easement. This is a 482-acre property, and the easement was signed in September of 2022. This property will forever hold a special place in my heart because I got to sit in on the signing of this easement on my very first day of work for Legacy Land Trust Society. Halverson 2 includes the home quarter, which was homesteaded by the landowner's parents in 1937. And the family prioritized the beauty of the forest and the preservation of habitat over agricultural productivity. And the owner's desire is that it would continue this way long into the future. A portion of the Halverson 2 CE has now been sold and is in the care of new owners. And Legacy looks to build a strong partnership with these new landowners so that we can continue to steward the property together. Last but not least, we have the Amoscape property. Amoscape is a 38-acre property on Amisk Lake in Athabasca County, Alberta. And you might wonder how it is that Legacy was placing a conservation easement in Athabasca County, which is at a pretty fair distance from Olds. And the reason that we did was because these landowners approached us after having worked for 15 years to try and find a group that would help them place a conservation easement on this property. The name is derived from a combination of the lake, which is Amisk, and the French word for friend, which is ami, and the fact that the owners found this property an escape from the everyday stresses of life. Amoscape was signed in June of 2023, and the property owners are focused on preserving the property from development pressures in the area. They want to protect the natural boreal forest beauty of the property and the animals that it supports forever. Listed on this slide are over 1,000 acres of conservation easements that are currently in progress and are expected to be signed between now and, for the newer projects on that list, 2027. So as you can see, I have my work cut out for me. The Miller easement is located in Carstairs, Alberta. Mills Slack Slough is on the southeast side of Highway 2 as you come into Red Deer. Nitchie Valley is named for its location in the Nitchie Valley near Bergen. Woodjam is also in the Bergen area, as are the Olive Halverson, the Moore, and the Turley property. The W. Stewart Hall property is located near Cramond, Alberta, which is north of Sundre, just over the line into Clearwater County. Before we leave the topic of projects in progress, I wanted to highlight water quality and U2. The project lead for water quality and U2 is here in the room today. It is Legacy employee Rose Chong Wu. She's working to connect with county residents who have land along the Little Red Deer River to engage them in voluntary conservation and stewardship practices on their property. The goal for this project is to improve watershed resiliency, maintain or improve water quality, and protect biodiversity along the Little Red Deer River. So please feel free to pass along information about this project if you know any landowners on the Little Red Deer River. On this final slide, I've included some contact information for our organization. Please feel free to reach out anytime. I've also brought along some copies of our newly redesigned conservation easements for landowners booklet, and I've brought a copy for each member of council so I can pass those out afterwards. Also, I want to invite all members of council to our AGM, which is being held April 20th at 2 p.m. at the Olds College Workland School of Agriculture and Technology Theatre. Our guest speaker is author and conservationist Kevin Van Tegum. So we're pretty excited about this event. He's going to be giving a presentation called Where Waters Come to Life, and it's about the headwaters of the eastern slopes, how they give us water, how we're impeding their work, and what we could do better if we want a more secure water future. So with that, I will say thank you to Mountain View County Council for having me as a presenter here today. As I said at the beginning of my talk, Legacy's success over the last 10 years has really been built through partnership and community. And Mountain View County has been one of our most long-standing and important partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. I will open it up to questions from council now.
Sure.
Councillor Letts.
I was just wondering, your program you mentioned, is it working with our egg field people, our egg department with Ellis program?
Absolutely. We work regularly with a number of community partners, including the Alice program, also Cows and Fish and the Red Deer River Watershed Partnership Alliance.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
So question, you mentioned that some of this land recently had been sold.
Mhm.
So how do you monitor that land after it's been sold? How do you make sure it stays?
It's a really good question. One of the most important pieces is to continue to build a relationship with the landowners. So the conservation easement goes along with title of the property. So no matter who owns the property, the conservation easement is in place. And it is Legacy's role to continue to monitor and steward that property, no matter who the landowner is. But one of the key factors in making sure that we can all be successful and that the outcomes that are listed in the conservation easement continue to be met is that we continue to build those strong relationships with those landowners. In the case that I mentioned of one of our properties being sold, that landowner actually brought us in to have a conversation with the new landowners before they ever purchased the property. So we were able to explain to them what the conservation easement meant and, you know, begin to have conversations and build some understanding between us.
Okay, good, thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Krebs.
Thanks for your presentation. The rules around an easement, is it they're ag lands to start with, and then the owner wants to put them in a CE, is that right? And I guess where I'm getting, following up on Councillor Miller's question, can those lands ever be taken out of ag? Like you mentioned some of them that are putting biodiversity and species preservation trumping agriculture. Is that written into the easement or?
This is a complicated question. And so to give a fulsome answer would probably take a really long time. But to give you a higher level overview, easements can be placed on a property for a number of reasons. So the legislation allows for easements to be placed for agricultural reasons, for ecological reasons, or for cultural heritage reasons. So those are sort of the reasons that you could determine to place an easement on a property. When someone approaches us with a desire to place an easement on a property, we work with them to try and figure out what it is their vision for the future of the property is. And then we tailor the conservation easement to meet their future goals for the property. All of the easements that Legacy currently holds are ecological easements. So they were placed for ecological reasons to preserve specific natural elements on that property. Some of our easements are also working landscapes. Others are simply not in production, not in agricultural production. So the easements that we have that allow those lands to be working landscapes specifically describe what is allowed to happen on that property. There is a mechanism under the law that allows someone to place an easement for agricultural reasons. And that would look different than an ecological easement because the focus of that property is that it remain in agriculture in perpetuity.
Thanks for that answer. I guess yes or no, can an easement ever say, I don't want this land ever broken up, it's got to stay native pasture, or I don't want it to ever be farmed? Can an easement say that?
An easement, yes. The answer is yes. Easements are tailored to the decisions that are made between the land trust and the property owner work together to write the restrictions and all of the elements that are included in the easement, the property management principles. So one of those desires of the landowner may be that this property never be placed into production. So the land never be broken and the land never be placed into production. That is one of the possible options.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks for your presentation. You talked about the new landowner and meeting with them. So one of the things we have just learned through Alice is that they are meeting with their people annually, and where Mountain View County policies are to meet with our Alice people once every 5 years. So can you talk about how you develop relationships and so on? I just think that's such an important part of your work.
Mm-hmm. Well, at the outset, we work very closely with landowners as we're working towards creating that conservation easement agreement, because we are trying to tailor that agreement to their vision for the property in the future. So that really is the first step. And then certainly we do have ongoing touch points with those easement owners. We at Legacy are very lucky to have very involved conservation easement owners, many of whom actually are our board members. So we've built a very strong community of conservation easement owners. On a regular basis, we are out on the conservation easement lands monitoring those properties. So annually, a representative from Legacy Land Trust will meet with the property owner and then go for a walk through the property, review it, take some photos, and then have a follow-up meeting with the landowner. So we do meet with them at minimum a couple times a year.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Harris.
So Rebecca, thanks for coming. I'm personally very pleased to see the number of CEs that are including working landscapes on them, where it's appropriate so that agriculture can continue while still meeting the conservation objectives. Is there any movement coming down the pipe for the federal government to give the same breaks and tax incentives and those sort of things for people that would want just a purely agricultural easement? Is there any movement? There's an existing resolutions through RMA, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta, to support that, but we haven't heard anything of late if there's any movement there.
There are ongoing discussions, absolutely. So that is a topic that is being discussed both at the provincial level and at the federal level. Nothing has been resolved at this point, but my understanding is the conversations are ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So maybe just one question. So the county gets asked a lot of questions on their expertise and evaluation of, water and environment and those sort of things. So does the Legacy have experts that do these walkthroughs, or how does that work?
Yes, so there are certain times where we are drawing on expertise outside of the organization. So we hire contractors to do a baseline study, for example, which is an overview of a project when it's either just before it's signed or just after, to give us a snapshot in time of all of the habitats and kind of a summary of the plant and animal species that are present on the property at the time of signing. So we are using outside experts to do that work. When it comes to monitoring, we hire dedicated staff members who are responsible for monitoring throughout each monitoring season. And then in addition to that, I mentioned partnerships. So certainly when we come up against a situation where we need to have some expertise that is outside of our organization, often we will reach out to Alice, for example, and say, we have a landowner who has a conservation easement or is considering a conservation easement and needs some help and advice with an offsite watering program. Or we might reach out to the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance, and have them support us with some water quality analysis.
Okay, but staff are not, the staff that do the monitoring are not experts in, say, water quality or species at risk, or they just basically go out and do the review with the landowner to see how visually how it's working with the baseline report?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is there anything further? Any other questions? Well, Legacy's come a long way from my first term on council, and you have definitely added a lot of significant, beautiful land into the Legacy, and we look forward to seeing your work. And yes, I believe you do have your work out for you. That's a tall order, but it's important, the work that you do, and thank you for the support that you provide to landowners who are passionate about the environment in their lands, and giving them an opportunity to be able to do something about that in future.
Thank you. And thank you for your partnership.
Great. And all of those that have joined in from Legacy that are in the gallery, I just want to, our council wants to extend a great thanks to you and the work that you do. We know how important boards are. And we know that these are volunteer positions for you, and your passion is exemplary in this realm. And we thank you for everything that you do. We sure appreciate the work that this group does. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we will take a break until, let's do 12:45. Then we'll come back from lunch. It was a long morning. Yes, Dwayne, oh, sorry. Would you like to make a motion to accept that report for information?
Yes.
Thank you, Dwayne. Wait a minute, Councillor Harris, before you leave, we're going to take a vote on that. I'm sorry. I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And now we will break for lunch. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so we will resume the regular council meeting of May 27th. We are on item 6.1, but as you can see from the agenda package, we will come back to this item after we first discuss item 9.2. So we're on bylaws and we're on 6.2. So this is the old Didsbury area structure plan. Margareta?
Thank you through the chair. On page 270 of your agenda is the request to give first reading to the bylaw and to schedule the public hearing for the bylaw on April 24th, noting that it is scheduled for at or after 1 p.m. That's just because we have some other public hearings on the day, and knowing that there may be public as well as the steering committee in attendance, 1 p.m. is recommended.
Thank you. Looking for a motion. Councillor Miller, please.
I would move the council give first reading to bylaw 0724 for the old Didsbury Airport Structure Plan.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Call to question, all in favor? And that motion's carried.
And further, the council set the public hearing bylaw number 0724 for the old Didsbury Airport Area Structure Plan for April 24th, 2024 on or after 1 p.m.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Call to question, all in favor? And that motion's carried. And we are on 6.3, and this is on page 366. Councillor Fulton? Oh, yeah, you're right. It is. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong agenda. Carry on.
Okay, I'll move the council give first reading to bylaw 05/24, redesignating the lands within southeast 1229-4 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Call to question, all in favor? And that motion's carried.
I'll further move that council set the public hearing for bylaw LU 05/24, redesignating the lands within southeast 1229-4 west of the 5th for April 24th, 2024 at or after 9 a.m.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call to question, all in favor? And that motion's carried. On to 6.4, please. Page 406. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I move that council give first reading to bylaw number LU 06/24, designing the lands within plan 9610845, block 4 in southeast 2729, 5 west of the 5th.
Thank you. And that was redesignating. Thank you very much. Look for any discussion. I'll call to question, all in favor? And that's carried. Councillor Johnson, please.
I further move that council set the public hearing for bylaw number LU 06/24, redesignating the lands within the plan 9610845, block 4 in southeast 2729, 5 west of the 5th for April 24, 2024 at or after 9 a.m.
Thank you very much. Looking for discussion, seeing none, I'll call to question, all in favor? And that's carried. And we are on to 6.5, and this is on page 412. Councillor Lutz.
I would move that council give first reading to bylaw number LU 09-24, redesignating the lands within northwest 631-27-4 and southwest 631-27-4.
Thank you. Further discussion? Call to question, all in favor? And that's carried. And Councillor Lutz, please.
I further move that council set the public hearing for bylaw number LU 09-24, redesignating the lands within the northwest 631-27-4 and southwest 631-27-4 for April 24th, 2024 at or after 9 a.m.
Thank you very much. I will call to question, all in favor. And that motion's carried. Okay, we will move on to 8.1, and this is the Rocky Mountain Motorsport application public hearing request. And just as a note to council, so this is only to discuss the direction to administration on responding to the resident request of holding another public hearing. If council decides to set another public hearing, then we will also have to make a further discussion, decision on whether or not we hold it during a regular council meeting or a special council meeting. But the purpose of this is not to discuss the development permit. So it's only to discuss whether or not another public hearing should be held. So with that, Margaretta, please.
Thank you. So in your report on page 419 is the information. Attachment 1 is the request from the landowner. Again, with the development permit in 2023 in June, council heard from delegations before proceeding to make a decision on the development permit. So again, the options in front of you, the administrative position is that, you know, all direct control district development permits is added on a council agenda when it's ready for council's decision, just to proceed with process. The alternative would be for council to schedule delegations to be heard, or the alternative would be for scheduling public hearing.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for a discussion on this. Councillor Fulton.
I'm not sure a full public hearing is required, but I do believe definitely the delegations, because it's going to be RMM that's going to want to speak to their revised application, and that's going to be the surrounding landowners that have voiced their concerns in the past that are going to be the ones that are going to want to speak. I don't expect anybody else in the area is going to want to come forward and to speak on either side of it. So I think the delegation format would work very well.
Okay, so Margaretta, can you give us a bit of an idea? I think we had this discussion previously, but the difference between the public hearing and delegations, I thought they were the same for this purpose, but can you maybe just differentiate between the two?
The differentiation between the two is a public hearing needs to be advertised, so there's that component. But there's also a requirement that only councillors that participated in the public hearing then participate in the decision. So that is one of the limitations of a public hearing, whereas if there's a delegation to be heard, and for example, the file is deferred to a next meeting, if it's not the same complement of, councillors that sit, the decision can still move forward.
Okay, so with the delegation, then we would invite specific proponents to cover specific presenters to come and address council. Is that how the delegation would work?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Fulton. I think the pool of individuals with interest in the file is relatively small. And I think it would be easily met with having delegations rather than a full public hearing.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
When I looked at this initially, I thought that a public hearing would be the right step to take, just that it has garnered quite a bit of interest from across the county. And I thought by having a public hearing, it's open to everybody. Certainly, I guess a delegation is open to everyone as well. I'm just trying to think it through.
So a delegation would not be open to everyone. A delegation would be a letter providing an opportunity to address council to specific landowners. Is that correct, Margaretta? Just to confirm?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you weren't invited, although you were interested, you wouldn't be allowed to speak.
You would not be allowed to speak if we were to go with a delegation versus a public hearing. Councillor Krebs?
To be a delegation, do you have to be invited though, or they just need to let us know who wants to speak in advance? Like, we're not going to pick and choose who we're going to get to speak, right? It'll be an open invitation, but we need to know in advance.
So it is for council to direct who you want to hear as delegations. I mean, from administrative perspective, there's the immediate surrounding landowners, those that have also been involved in the recent appeal that we have been communicating. So from an administrative perspective, without a different direction from council, we will reach out to those that we have had these communications with and ask if they want to appear as delegations.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
So what recourse does someone have if they would have liked to come and speak, but they're not invited?
So again, that's council direction. So if we direct administration to invite as delegations specific residents and specific members of the public, then those would be the only members that would be allowed to address council. Sorry, Councillor Johnson first.
I guess from that point of view then, given that one of our strategic planning directives is to be transparent. Certainly, I would expect if we have a public hearing, only people that are interested are going to come. So I guess I don't see a downside to having a public hearing, other than we have to advertise it.
Councillor Krebs.
Yeah, I think again, the same thing. If we're gonna do it as a delegation, I would like to see the letter that goes out to the 7 residents include something along the lines, spread the word, whoever would like to talk. We just need to know by a certain deadline who wants to be at what delegations want to speak. So I don't want to have it just open to 7 people or however many it is. But as long as we know who's on the list to speak.
Okay, so looking for council direction, we have a number of different options here. We can go with a public hearing. Again, remember, this isn't a redesignation. This is a development permit on a direct control. So it's a little bit different than a public hearing for a redesignation, but we have a number of options, I think, and they're listed in, do we have options listed in here? I don't think so. But from what I'm hearing, options would be to go to a public hearing. The second option would be to do invited delegations only. And then the second option would be to allow a specific time for anyone who would want to sign up to be a delegation, and the council would only hear from them. So those are the 3 options I've heard. Councillor Johnson?
If there's no more discussion, I guess I could float a motion and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, you can put a motion and we'll see where it goes.
Okay, thank you. I would move that council direct administration to schedule a public hearing at a regular council meeting related to the RMM revised development permit.
Okay, Councillor Fulton.
Question for clarity to Margaretta. What is the advertising requirement for a public hearing?
So the minimum would be in our advertising bylaw to advertise on our website. We do a convenience copy in the paper as well, and that is for a minimum of 2 weeks to schedule before it can be scheduled on the public hearing.
Okay.
Follow up.
Yep.
So would that really alter the timelines for this to make a council agenda versus the public hearing? Like, do you have does administration see an agenda which they would like to include this, or would like to have this come in a timely manner and not be pushed back too far?
So we don't have a defined timeline. So I believe the circulation ends on April 10th. So that is the circulation of the file to the surrounding landowners within 1 mile, as well as our referral agencies. So again, the next available council meeting is April 24th, but I can't make a confirmed commitment. We need to conclude our review after April 10th, and the applicant also needs an opportunity to respond to the letters of concern or the referral agency responses. RMM has indicated that they will have a quick turnaround for providing that response, but the earliest meeting would be April 24th, and the next meetings in May is May 8th or May 22nd.
Okay, so we'll look for the motion on the screen, Laura. Councillor Johnson, does this capture your motion?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to schedule a public hearing for the Rocky Mountain Motorsports application at an upcoming regular scheduled council meeting. So is there any further discussion on this? Councillor Fulton.
So just in light of the timeline that administration has laid out for us, I don't have any concerns with the public hearing, because I was concerned that the advertising component would push it farther out, but I believe there's ample time, because we're talking, I would suspect it'll be May before this would make it to our agenda. So in that case, there's ample time to provide advertising time and have it all in due process. It's not going to delay the process by doing public hearings. I'm sorry.
Okay. So I think we need to understand what the difference between this development permit coming forward and the other public hearings that we have. So for instance, like an area structure plan or a redesignation. We expect applicants to come with a development permit that allows them to operate the business where they see it's going to be able to be operated. I don't see a lot of flexibility in council changing conditions on a development permit because it's based on business cases and my concern is that we're going to get back into trying to change it to be in line with what people are hearing versus just saying yes or no to a development permit. So my concern is I think we have all the information that council needs to move forward with a decision on a development permit. I don't think that we need any additional information after the first public hearing we've had and with the letters of concern that we've had written in. I think we have enough information. So the only reason to hold another public hearing for me would be is if we think we're going to get new information. But we have a wealth of information already on this file. So yes, Councillor Johnson.
But in the request, doesn't it say, and I don't have the page in front of me, I thought in the request it does. It says on page 421, it says new information relevant to the application surfaced during the recent LPRT hearing. So that's why I thought
yeah,
public hearing was correct.
And that's fine. So we have your motion on the, I'm just speaking to my position on the motion. So can we put the motion up one more time, please? So is there any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Lutz.
Is there a way in the process to, question to planning, that it is for new information only? So it's not half a day of hearing the same information that we had already heard?
Just chairing just speaking from a chair's perspective, if we are going to allow the public hearing process, then it will be the 5 minutes. And I believe that anyone can, I mean, that's a presenter's purview to present to council what they would choose. And I'm not going to jump in as the chair and say, I think that's either new information or not. I don't think that's, I think that would be a very, very hard and difficult thing to do at the public hearing stage. I think it'd be very hard to monitor. Councillor Miller.
So I'm more in favor of a delegation process. We've been petitioned by a specific group. I think if we open it up to that group and hear their new information that they have, I think that would cover up my concerns.
Okay. Okay. So this motion is for to go to a full public hearing, but if this motion is passed, then we will do a public hearing. If this motion is defeated at council, there's an opportunity to put forward another motion to provide direction to administration. So is there any further discussion on this motion for a public hearing? No? Seeing none, then I'll call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And so that motion's lost for a public hearing. Councillor Fulton?
So I will direct administration to schedule at a regular scheduled council meeting an opportunity to have delegations present on the development permit for Rocky Mountain, the amended, that'd be a better way to put it, amended development permit application.
Okay. And then to administration, do we need to further define the delegations or I may just give me 1 second here. Maybe Councillor Krebs would like to make an amendment. I don't know. Councillor Krebs, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, I'd like to remind council that we're paid to listen to people. So I don't think it's right that we send out a delegation request to 7 people. We can say that we're going to have delegations, give them a time limit. We need to know by this date so we can get you on the agenda. But just to pick and choose who we want to give it to, I don't think that's right.
Okay, so we'll wait for the motion to come up. And then I will ask for clarity on the motion, who council would like to direct the delegation to. So whether or not, do we want to see a list of the delegates or do we want to prepare them as per the LPRT? I don't, we just have to make a discussion. And so let's have a look at the motion first. So Councillor Fulton, would you like to, is there anything in this motion that you would like to amend prior to making it?
Yeah, the wording's a bit clunky. I'm not sure,
Okay.
not sure how to. Council direct administration to schedule, like, what would be the proper term? Delegations for the Rocky Mountain Motorsports amended development permit application. I think that's all correct.
Hey, do you want to provide any direction? The only thing I'm concerned with the motion is it doesn't provide direction to administration on who the delegations should be.
Yeah, that was purposely. So
Okay.
that would be a separate motion to give direction to.
Okay.
On who to include or what the parameters would be.
Okay, nope, that's fine. You want to keep that as a separate motion? All right. Hey, is there any further discussion on this? No? Seeing none then? Greg, did you have? No? Okay, seeing none, then I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's carried. So Councillor Fulton, would you like a further motion?
Well, we'll just put it out there and we can play with it. So,
Yeah.
I would further, council direct administration to include all parties involved that were party to the LPRT appeal process as invited delegations. We'll go with that to start.
Okay. Okay, we'll wait till a motion comes on the screen and then we'll have the discussion. So Margareta, can you just tell us how many appellants were part of that file? Do we know?
Appellants participated in the LPRT, represented 4 households.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Okay, just one moment. We'll just wait for the. Okay, so Councillor Fulton, does that capture your motion so far? Okay, okay, now we'll have discussion. Councillor Johnson.
thank you. So the person that wrote the letter requesting to be heard, Shelley Bayak, will she be on the delegation list as it's proposed?
Yes.
Okay, because that isn't a name that I recognize based on history. Pardon?
I'm married to Dave Ruby. We live 1.5 mile east of the racetrack.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Dave Ruby is Glasgow.
Yep. Councillor Harris.
So I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but for planning, are there any of the people that have been involved in opposition to this? Will they be excluded because of the designation that they have to be have to have been part of the LPRT?
I do believe so. So can I just first clarify, there were parties that participated in the appeal and I'll read them out. So it was Newmiller, Bosomworth, Bayak, Kuzi, and 2 Stozers. So a total of 6 people. Again, the option for council would be, we've circulated the file back in June and the recirculation within a 1 mile radius. So we can also send out the request to everyone within the 1 mile radius to register as delegations.
Okay. Councillor Fulton.
Could I amend my motion?
Yeah, we haven't completely got it yet, so I'm going to allow you to go ahead and wordsmith it how you like, because it's your motion.
I would move that council direct administration include all parties that are included within the RMM the RMM amended development permit circulation area.
Okay, and that's within 1 mile.
And remove the LRPT.
Okay. So are included within 1 mile of the amended RMM. Nope, up above, to include all parties that are included within 1 mile. Okay, so Councillor Fulton, does that capture?
Yeah, to me, the 1 mile could be dealt within the development permit circulation area, and then put the 1 mile down there, because that's what the correct? That's 1 mile was the correct circulation?
1 mile is the circulation area.
Okay, so it's your motion. I'll let you word it however you want. You just tell Laura and she'll put it on the
Just
screen.
put the 1 mile down there at the end of permit circulation there. You put it within the brackets, 1 mile. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so now we, just let me read the motion in. So now we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Fulton that says that council direct administration to include all parties that are included in the RMM amended development permit circulation area within 1 mile as invited delegations. Okay, so that's the motion that we're debating right now. So I'll go to Councillor Krebs first and then Councillor Lutz.
Yeah, just clarifying that these invited delegations could choose anybody they want to speak on their behalf, right? They don't have to be a landowner within that mile. They could be represented by legal or whoever they want.
So I'll ask Councillor Fulton if that's your intent, because the intent, the way it's written now is it is the parties that are within 1 mile. So I'll just ask Councillor Fulton what his intent is.
Well, I would expect that the people within the mile would be notified, and if they had comments to provide, that they would either make them individually or as a group. So I'm not concerned that it would be an outside party, but I would suspect that some way that they would convey their thoughts and feelings and opinions on the file in a manner they see fit.
Yeah, but are they allowed to do that? That's what I'm getting at. Do you have to be within a mile, live within a mile there to speak at that microphone? Or can you designate someone to speak on your behalf?
Don't know. I don't think we ever contemplated that before, have we? I don't recall.
Right now, the way it reads is you have to be within 1 mile of the circulation in order to be a delegation. So if you, I think for clarity, if it wants to be all the parties or their delegates, then that changes the motion. So it's up to you, Councillor Fulton. Or Councillor Krebs, you can make you can make an amending motion if you choose. But right now, this is the motion we have.
I think I'll leave it the way it is right now, and then we'll see what
Okay, and can we just change the wording just to be legally correct from RMM amended development permit to revised? Just to be legally correct. Thank you. Councillor Fulton, are you all right with the change just to make sure? Yep, okay. Okay, so I'll got Councillor Lutz, please.
I just wanted to check with planning, just to double check, because I would hate to not include a LRPT appellant if they're 1.25 miles. Like, are they all within the mile?
They are all within the circulation area.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Johnson.
That was my concern as well, to be sure that we included those people. I am very worried we're going to leave out people that want to speak.
Okay, Councillor Krebs.
Yeah, we shouldn't be able to pick and choose who's going to be there. We can say the landowners within 1 mile, but they should be able to designate someone to speak on their behalf if they want to.
Okay, so Margareta.
I just also want to mention that RMM, if his council intends to hear from the applicant as well, it currently just says everyone that's within the circulation area.
So even if they're the applicant, would that not include them? Do we have to be more specific to allow the applicant as well?
I would recommend that that's yes.
Okay. So I will move that we amend the motion to include the applicant. So to include all parties and applicants that are included. And can we do a track change on that so we can see it in red just in case it doesn't pass? Thank you. Okay, so is there any questions on the amendment to the motion? So it's only on the amendment to include and the applicant. Is there any further discussion on that? Okay, I'll call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's carried. Okay, so now the motion reads that council direct administration to include all parties and the applicant that are included in the RMM revised development permit circulation within 1 mile as invited delegations. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Johnson?
Well, it still doesn't include their designate, but I guess my bigger concern is that this may leave people out.
Okay, so I'll look for a motion if you would like to amend the motion. So the motion is the way the motion is. If we want to amend it, someone will have to put forward an amendment. Councillor Krebs.
I'll put forward an amendment, behind as invited delegations or their designates.
Designates?
No, sorry, actually, we need to put that up. Council direct administration to include all parties or their designates that, and the applicant that are included in the RMM revised development permit circulation area within 1 mile. So just, yep,
Okay,
yep, thanks.
so is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, so we will be voting on the amendment to include in the previous motion or their designates. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? And that motion is carried. And so now the motion reads that council direct administration to include all parties or their designates and the applicant that are included in the RMM revised development permit circulation area within 1 mile as invited delegations. Okay, is there any further discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none then, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion, oh, sorry, and those opposed? And that motion's carried. Okay. Okay, so we will move on to 9.1, 2023 reserve movements and the 2023 variance report. Mike, please.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll refer to Jennifer Gudgeon.
Thank you, Jen.
Hello, good afternoon. You have a copy of the proposed reserve movements in front of you for 2023. There's 2 parts here that we're looking for approval. One is the allocation of surplus from the carry forward reserve, as well as the additions to fund projects being funded forward into 2024, as well as the allocation of the year-end surplus and any typical reserve movements, so additions to reserves for the frontage fees, for instance, to the airport are included in the proposed. Did you guys have any questions on what is in front of you?
So maybe take us through the continuity, the reserve continuity schedule. If that's
Sure.
That's what that's what the motion refers to. Is that correct,
Absolutely.
Jen?
So on page 425, you'll see the reserve continuity schedule. We have the 2023 budgeted additions. Those were included as part of budget, so they are approved and they have been processed based on the 2023 budget. The withdrawals in the second column there, those are based on actual spending. So they're a little bit lower than what we anticipated when we proposed the 2023 budget. And some of those funds are then allocated in the carryover project reserve column, where we're taking the funds out of the original reserve and adding them into the carry forward so we can complete that work next year. You have a couple motions that were approved throughout the year for funding, and those are all itemized down at the bottom. And then we are left with those last 2 columns. So the carryover project reserve summary is on page 429. So we've got the opening balance for each of the projects. This reserve is itemized based on a project by project basis. Those funds are allocated, and at the end of the year, the intent is, as the projects are completed, to take that surplus or any remaining funds and allocate them back to reserves based on the priorities that we have at the time. And then in the final column here where we're adding in the 2023 carry forwards, those are for all the projects that were not completed. We're going to add the funds here, assuming they were funded through reserve or through general revenue, and those funds will be available for 2024 to fund the budget. Is there any questions on the carry forward and carryover reserve?
No, seeing none. So maybe we'll just go back to page, what is it, 425? So the continuity schedule again, Jen, just to make sure when we do the motion,
yep,
this is the schedule that council should be.
That's right. So the second last and the third last column there, the one in blue and the one that says proposed, those are the two that we're looking for approval for today. The carryover surplus, there was about $1.5 million remaining there, and what we've opted to do in the proposed option, although I've provided a couple alternatives as well, is to take $1 million and put it into the facilities reserve, because we are expecting some draws against that reserve in the coming year, and to take the remainder and put it into the bridge and roads. Both reserves experience a deficit at the end of 15 years, so just looking to assess how we can bring those balances up and account for some of the upcoming projects. Under the proposed reserve movements, we've made the addition to the frontage fees to the airport reserve. $111,000, which was the gain on the sale of several pieces of agricultural services equipment. $2,221 is going to the intermunicipal collaboration reserve for Cremona. This is an adjustment for interest. We make an allocation at the beginning of the year. We had higher returns on investment this year than we had anticipated, so we're just looking to top that up based on the actual returns. And then the intermunicipal collaboration has two entries there. One is the same reserve adjustment, and then also balancing to the actual taxes we collected. And there is a summary of the 9% on page 430. If you'd like to take a look, it was just a little change between the budgeted tax dollars and the actual dollars collected. Change that 9%. As well, during the year when we proposed the 2023 budget, we used an inflation rate of 6.5. It ended up being 6. So the contributions to the towns for rec and library were a little bit less than anticipated. We've plugged all that in and made an adjustment for $5,200 to account for that.
Thank you.
Strings and keys,
Oh,
just regular.
I'll just, Councillor Krebs?
Sorry, Jen, this is interesting. It's mind boggling. Can you go to 425 for me?
Absolutely, yeah.
So we put 12 million in, we took out 14.2 million. And January 1st to January 31st, it's the same. So there's $2 million difference there, right? How do we account for that? Why didn't if we put 12 in, took 14 out, why didn't the reserves drop by 2?
Okay, so the actual reserve balance at the beginning of the year was that $77,869,321. The $1.8 million that's below that, that is the impact of the reserve movements that we're making. So we're essentially taking from surplus at the end of the year. So in that column that says unappropriated equity, that's the impact to your financial statements. So in the budgeted additions, we're adding $12 million to reserve. We're taking $12 million out. So I'm sorry that 76,069 is a little bit misleading, because that unappropriated equity is actually the anticipated funds at the end of the year. So that's the impact of what we're doing. The reserves are going to change by that amount once we consider everything that comes after it. Does that make sense?
No, but that's my problem, not yours. Thanks.
So Jen, just overall then, if you just look at this overall, the draw on reserves has been $1.8 million between the start of the year and the end of the year.
That's right.
For 2023.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Still on page 425, you look at facility and emergency facility. Can you just walk us across that and explain money in and money out? I'm just struggling to understand that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we started the year in facilities and emergency facilities with $6.9 million. There was a draw for 218,000, and that should be presented on, let me just make sure I have the right page.
Page 426, Jen, is that what you're looking?
I am. I'm just going to pull it off of the spreadsheet here. So facility and emergency facility funding. Have to get to the right spot here. Okay, so that was $36,000 to cover the mechanical hoist and $182,000 for the old Didsbury Airport fuel system purchase. And so that is your $218,000 that you're drawing out of that reserve. And then if we move over to the carryover project reserve, which again is on page 292, you can see that we're putting $1 million back in. That's out of the excess funds that are remaining at the end of the year. And that number is drawn down by 110,000, which is the funds that are being taken out of the reserve and moved to carry forward to cover the county shop gates project. And so that's page 429. And that's how we get to the $890,000 addition that's being proposed under the carryover projects reserve.
So that leaves how much in the reserve?
That leaves us with $7.6 million at the end of the year.
Okay, so I guess I am curious whether we need $7.6 million in the facility and emergency. I'm just trying to understand that, knowing that the bridge and road reserve, we know, I mean, it has a handful of money in it now, but we know that over time that's going to have significant drawdown. So I'm just curious about that.
So maybe we'll go to page 431, Jen, please.
Absolutely. So what we've done here is we've presented, now this is the same long range forecast that you saw for reserves when we proposed the 2024 budget. No changes have been made to the ins and outs over the coming 15 years. The only thing that we've done is we've updated that proposed year-end value. So you can see that at the end of the 15 years prior to this change, the facility and emergency facility reserves is looking like it's going to be short about $10 million. So with the addition that we've made this year, we draw that down to about 9.5. We have a favorable change to the reserve balance of just over $1 million at the end of the year. So I think between these two reserves, well, a couple of the reserves, we're also seeing it in the equipment fleet. We're going to have a shortfall regardless of how we allocate. And so when we approach this year's surplus and the carry forward, we looked at the priorities the council has set for reserve allocations. And then we went to the long range plan and said, where are we anticipating to see some shortfalls? And how can we look to address that in the current year with this bit of extra funding or unneeded funding that we find ourselves with?
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Lutz.
Just on the facility and emergency reserve, and I'm just going off memory, but I think we have 3 major projects coming out of that. So the wash base station, the Cremona, and the maintenance in this building.
That's
So
right.
that's a $3 million budget that we drew from reserves. Is that correct?
That's correct. And it should be already reflected in that 15-year balance. But with that kind of top of mind, knowing that there were some big draws coming up, that's why we looked to see if there was an appetite to make that allocation.
Yeah, and we won't see that till 2024, Jen. Thank you for that. Okay. Councillor Krebs.
I think I'm getting there, but Jen, back to 425, the $1.8 million, is that, so essentially that's in the reserve still, it's just, it's been allocated. And so it's projects that were budgeted for in 2023 that haven't got finished.
So that $1.8 million is the net impact to the reserves this year. And so I include it there to see how each of them are going to affect our financial statements. So when we add 12 million to reserves, we take 12 million away. If you sum all of the cells there across that unappropriated equity, you can see how we draw down that $1.8 million that we anticipated we're going to have when we're closing our year-end statement, and how we're allocating it to reserves. Some is putting money back into the pot and some is taking money out of the reserves. And so that 1.8 is not actually the balance on January 1st. It's the total amount that we're looking to allocate based on our year-end results.
Year end of 2023.
2023.
So it's essentially projects that were approved but have not been paid for yet.
It's projects that have been approved. It's also impacts on the operating statement. So if we brought in more revenue than we expected, we would have an unappropriated surplus that we would have extra money to put to reserves. So it's all of the ins and outs of the financial statement and where we end up at the end. So it's project-based, but it's also based on your operating activities.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Harris.
I'd like to move that council approve the 2023 proposed reserve movements in the reserve continuity schedule for the year ending December 31st, 2023.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? No? Seeing none, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And while we have you in the hot seat, we will go back to 6.1, bylaw number 0624, 2024 tax rate. Shoot. Okay. Never mind that. Let's go to 9.2. Mike, the 2023 assessment year-end report.
Thank you, Reeve Albers. The full report can be found on page 435 of the agenda package. The presentation or the highlights I'll look to go through on page 454 of the agenda package. The 2024 market summary report referencing their 2023 assessment year for our 2024 tax year. So throughout, I'll be referring to percentage changes, but the whole assessment numbers are on this presentation as well as in my report. So on the next slide, we see the assessment overview. We can see increases through most of the assessment classes, with the exception of the non-residential and farmland categories. Greatest increases we see are in the residential assessment class, followed by the linear assessment class. And the graph below just outlines in blue last year's assessment versus red this year's assessment. For information, designated industrial property are responsible of the provincial assessor and the assessment services branch. So this is split into the linear and centralized industrial property. Industrial properties include facilities regulated by the AER, AUC, and CER. And these facilities includes batteries, gas plants, compressor stations, and major plants as listed in the M&E's Minister Guidelines. Since centralization in 2018, we've maintained the assessment on the province's behalf and are in the midst of a 5-year contract ending March 31st, 2028. Linear assessment are property assessments regulated valuation process conducted by municipal affairs on behalf of the municipality. Regulated valuation means there's definitions, processes, formulas, calculations provided in the 2023 linear property assessment ministry guidelines. And linear property includes pipelines, wells, electric power systems, power generation, telecommunication systems, rail lines, and cable distribution. So next slide, we can see the overall impact from linear assessment, up overall 4.83%. Physical growth seen in pipelines, and then overall change in cable distribution and wells at 33.11% and 8.05%. I've also noted.
Sorry, Mike, just a question from Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. On page, well, earlier in the report, it says that we have, I think, 83 new wells were drilled. So with linear taxation, and with the minus 15% in and change due to growth on this page. I'm trying to understand. I know that the linear had a tax holiday. So does this minus 15%, does that reflect that those 83 wells are now being taxed or they're not being taxed?
No, so what I've included here, this is 2023 is the final year for this well tax holiday. So that minus 15% doesn't include anything new over the past 3 years. It only includes changes or wells going offline, any changes in that sense. So this 83 wells, this is what the impact would be as it stands today. But I included it as more of a baseline looking forward because the well tax holiday will come to an end this year, but come in, the wells will be assessed for next year's tax year and 2024 assessment year.
So just to confirm, this is 0.15%, right? Not 15%. Am I seeing the numbers correct?
The negative 0.15%.
Yes, so it's
Yeah.
not 15%, it's 0.15%.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lutz.
Yeah, I was just wondering, on rail and, the ones that are in the negative, is that depreciation? Because it's not like I just was not understanding how rail would be lower in, telecommunications, stuff like that.
Yeah, so the growth would include physical growth, any removal. The other change includes things like depreciation, assessment year modifiers, any policy changes that Linear makes to the different categories.
Thank you. Carry on, Mike, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor
Quick
Cox.
question, Mike. The contract we've got with the government to do the assessments on their behalf, do we bill them for that? Do they pay part of your salary? Okay, thanks.
Residential, one of the 4 assessment classes we need to assign property to. So residential is legislated to be valued at market value using mass appraisal, median values. The valuation date for residential is July 1st of 2023. Residential impacts, we can see the overall increase of 11.57% with 1.85% attributed to physical growth. So market growth will change year to year, depending on our assessment levels and comparing it to sold properties within the county. We use 3 years worth of sales, in this case, July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023. And we compare our assessments to those median values, and in this case resulted in an increase of 9.72%, indicating our assessments were low. We had to bring them up to meet legislative requirements.
Councillor
Next slide.
Johnson, do you have a question?
Yeah, so for real growth, that 1.85%, does that mean that that's how many additional new houses there are built that we're gonna tax?
Yeah, that refers to any new construction, residents, garages, anything new that wasn't there before.
And that's 1.85% of existing. So how much is there now compared to how much was there previous?
Yeah, so we have last year's assessment. It grew by 1.85% just based on new construction.
Thank
you. Next slide, residential comparisons. Just gives you an overview of the changes that occurred throughout the county in these particular locations. So we can range from 6.5 to 9.5%. Just important to note, it's based on a 3-year market or 3-acre market site in each of those locations, and a particular mock home built in the 1990s, average quality 1,400 square feet. So changes will vary in actuality throughout the county, but to give you an idea of particular impacts. Next slide, for non-residential, any land, buildings, or a portion of used for commercial or industrial purpose. Similar to residential property, they're based on market value with a valuation date of July 1st, 2023. Despite some physical growth we see of 0.47%, the non-residential category did decrease by 0.58%. This was shown in our market analysis with industrial lots selling for less than what our assessments were, as well as the cannabis industry realizing lesser values than when they than the initial construction costs. Machinery and equipment means materials, devices, fittings, installations, appliances, apparatus, and tanks that form an integral part of an operational unit intended for or used in manufacturing or processing. It's done through regulated rates set by the M&E Minister's guidelines, typically found in oil and gas, but can be found outside of that as well.
Councillor Miller.
Question on that one. So if we have a food processing plant in our county and they go in, they upgrade the processing system, then the upgrade would be taxed at the next assessment date? Like the actual machinery value, that's always assessed and increased?
Yeah, it follows our assessment cycle based on, so if it happened this year, we won't see it until next year. If that's what you're
Yeah,
referring
it
to.
was just, I know in other counties where they have a potato chip plant, they went in and had a massive upgrade to it and there was huge tax implications. So it was the inside mechanical part. I wanted to know if it was tax.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
it would be. And where they get it would depend on supplemental assessments or not, whether they capture it sooner than maybe later.
Okay, thank you.
Machinery and equipment saw an overall increase of 3.59%. A lot of this attributed to the real growth of 2.59% with some of the new wells that have come on. More surface equipment is still accessible, so some of the growth there. We also saw a gas plant that was out of commission come back online. That's reflected here as well. Farmland does not change. Regulated rates set by the province, $350 per acre based on 100% productivity. Obviously not reflective of market value. So in the farmland category, we saw a decrease of 0.04%. This is attributed to land moved out of farmland and assessed into market.
Councillor Fulton.
How is that, how do you determine year over year how much land is converted, I guess, from ag into another purpose? Is that would include oil and gas facilities, residential, like non-res, like how is that? How do you acquire that information?
It's just based on our last year's assessment. It's dropped or increased. That's the change.
Well, we're never going to increase farmland because we're always going downhill, right?
Right, and typically that's what we see in small increments. Next graph, just a visual, the 10-year history for all categories. So, I mean, big thing to see here is that residential line. You could just see the strength of that residential market that's occurred over the last few years.
So Mike, on this graph, council's had a lot of discussions of what's happened to the linear assessment. So essentially, you could say it's over the last 10 years, it's remained flat at best, but probably lower than it was in 2014. Is that correct? And that all of the growth, or predominantly all the growth in our assessment overall comes from residential? Is that how, am I interpreting this graph correctly?
Yeah, over this past 10 years, that seems to be where most of the growth has come from. And linear remains relatively static and also depends on, you know, the policies that they put in place.
The province.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Johnson?
So just to follow up with that, I think I heard you say that linear has remained relatively static. But if the tax holiday is over next year and those 83 new wells come online, then that will actually be an increase. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So if it were over this year, our well category would have grown by almost $50 million in assessment. So next year we'll see, depending on some factors that'll come into play, any wells that are shut in versus any new wells that come online. There's also the depreciation coming into place and any of the assessment year modifiers linear puts in. But yeah, you should see as a base an increase for next year in the well category.
Thank you. Okay.
That concludes the assessment presentation, so happy to field any additional questions.
Is there any other questions for Mike? Councillor Krebs?
Mike, I was looking, last night I can't find it today though, but is there, like, the farmland thing is set at $350 per acre in every municipality, right? By the province?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, for some reason I thought I saw in there where it was different for different municipalities when we did a comparison. Like the mill rates are the same, the value is the same. Like do we have the right to set the mill rate for farmland?
Yeah, you can set the mill rate for each of the assessment class, including farmland.
Cause like we were 4 point something and there's some counties that were 9 point something. But and then that's times the $350 per acre.
Well, the $350 per acre is based on absolutely 100% productive farmland. So that rate will change varying depending on the quality of soil and the farmland throughout any municipality. But that is the most it can be assessed at throughout the province. And then there's irrigated farmland, which would have a different rate at $450 per acre.
So not all farmland is $350 an acre. Rural land is worse, but all the farmland in Mountain View County is $350 an acre?
No, that is a provincial cap per acre based on the soil. So it will vary throughout depending on the quality of the soil.
When I think about it, that's why one quarter section is not taxed the same as another one in the Bergen area or something.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Colton?
So how does that vary over time? Like on a specific quarter section, does it vary over time on whether it's at one time it was a full 350 for the entire quarter, and then 20 years later, there's been a bunch of wind erosion and now there's a high spot that doesn't do as well? Like, does it change, or like, does it change with time, with environment or anything? Or is there actually boots on the ground that go and look at stuff? Or like, how does it all get determined to be 350 or where it drops down the list?
Yeah, so 350 per acre is set at the provincial level. The productivity and soil class that may change over time. There was a point where the province, when it was provincially run, had gone and done soil samples and drew out fields and got the productivity for each section of a quarter section. That hasn't been done in a while, but there are instances if there is a need to go and look at a quarter section. Certainly the expertise has kind of been lost over the years, but there is opportunities to take a portion that may have been wet, may have driven or dried out, or they may have reworked the soil to have a look and adjust those productivity ratings.
So, sorry to continue. So generally speaking, whatever my quarter is assessed at, however, let's say it's at 320 for the whole quarter, that's probably been that way for many, many years. That it's not under somewhat semi-frequent review by somebody.
No.
Would a complaint would probably trigger a reassessment?
Yeah,
Yes.
that would trigger another look.
Okay,
Aerial photos would be another one.
okay, Councillor Miller?
So where we possibly have heavy brush in the West Country and they take it and they strip it all, bring it back into farmland, and then it's productive, it's dried out, that's where we would see the increase, right?
Yeah, if we were to recognize that change had occurred.
Yeah, thank you.
But again, we're talking about pennies on the dollar for changes, I'm guessing. Councillor Krebs?
Following up on the Ray's question, have you or your department been involved ever in a neighbor complaint that has resulted in ag land being deemed not in food production?
Sorry, have we received a complaint from?
Yeah, so a neighbor phones and says, well, they're not using that quarter section for ag purposes, so it should be taxed at real market value. Has that ever happened?
Yeah, we've received some phone calls where they had questioned the use of a neighboring property, and we can certainly take note and look at it typically through our reinspection cycle to investigate further and determine where or if any changes are necessary.
Sorry, you could do that, but have we ever done it? Have you ever gone in and told somebody their taxes are going from $300 to $10,000 because it's now real market value?
We have done that.
I can say yes.
We have quarter section.
I
to
can say,
full
yes, you've
market.
definitely done that because I've had the phone calls.
Okay, well, that makes me feel happy, actually. So thanks.
And it happened a lot in the West Country, probably 4 years ago, prior to this election. There was a lot of discussion in the Bearberry area because quarter sections were being bought up and not utilized for grazing. And so there was a lot of angst about that from some of the members of the community, and a lot of quarter sections were reevaluated. Some chose to enter into grazing leases and some chose just to pay the different taxes, the increased taxes. Okay. Is there any other questions for Mike? So Mike, I had one question on page 453 and it goes to this other issues. So it's in your report on the market location maps.
Okay.
And just that they haven't been updated, the map boundaries. What kind of impact does the map boundaries have? Is that just on the table above, or does it actually have an impact on the assessment values of the properties?
It may have some impacts on the assessment of the various properties. Typically, what we're seeing is when the municipality was set up for this assessment purpose over the years, different areas, different boundaries were used. Sales are analyzed within those, and that helps us determine, the values for different areas in the county. But now we're seeing that some of those pockets may not be as necessary, where some locations have very similar values to others around them. So instead of spending the time to analyze one little pocket, multiple little pockets, we look to expand those to just analyze one big pocket where the values are very similar. So impacts, there may be some, but we're not looking at introducing big impacts.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any more questions for Mike? It's a great report. Thank you very much. Loads and loads of information in there for sure.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so we have a motion on page 435. Councillor Fulton.
I'll move that council accept the 2023 assessment year report as information and no further action to be taken.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Now we can go back to 6.1.
Okay. Yeah, tax rate bylaw. Included in this RFD package, we've included the 2023 assessments that I just kind of went over. So that's further down to the next page. I've included the municipal tax rate comparisons for comparable rural municipalities, as well as our urban counterparts. So there you can see the comparison between the non-residential. We'll just next page if we could. So, comparisons between the non-residential, residential, farmland mill rates, as well as the tax ratio comparisons. And we've included the minimum tax levies with the averages at the bottom. Next page includes a 5-year mill rate history throughout the county. And then following that, we get into some proposed options that administration has put together to present. So we are looking at targeting the 2024 approved budget. And that's the line at the top. Below that is the intended municipal tax levy based on these various options. And that includes the difference below seen through the variance through rounding. We look at 4 decimal places. We try and get as close to the target approved budget number as possible, but the variance is shown there. So I'll go through the different options and their potential impacts. So option 1, we looked at decreasing the residential and non-residential mill rate equally, and following trends of past, not adjusting the farmland mill rate. So we kept the farmland mill rate consistent throughout all options, reducing the residential and non-residential mill rate, maintaining the non-residential and residential ratio at 3.56%. Impacts to residents at decreasing the residential mill rate, about 90% would see a potential tax change of $0 to $200, with about half of that seeing a $100 to $200 tax change. Non-residential, again, decreasing to the same amount. 83% might see a minimal decrease, and 12% would be impacted $0 to $100 range. Option 2, we looked at decreasing the residential mill rate, again, to meet that approved budget, keeping the non-residential mill rate the same, as well as the farmland mill rate the same. This widens the ratio to 3.86%. But with that reduction, we could see about 25% of the residential taxpayers seeing a slight decrease, while 67% see an increase ranging from $0 to $100, and 5% beyond that, $200 to $300. Keeping the non-res mill rate the same, you see about 72% seeing a small change or reduction, 21% in the $0 to $100 range. Option 3, we looked at keeping the residential mill rate the same, lowering the non-residential mill rate, and keeping the farmland mill rate the same. So this decreases that non-residential residential ratio to 3.46%. Impact to the residential ratepayers with not changing a mill rate. 31% would see about a $0 to $100 change, while 52% would see a $100 to $200 change, and 11% beyond into the $200 to $300 range. Reducing the non-residential mill rate, about 98% would see about a decrease. Again, that relates to the market decrease we've seen on the assessment side. Option 4, we kept all the mill rates exactly the same. The difference being about $682,000. We would capture an additional tax revenue, kind of reflecting the market increase, likely on the residential side. Below those different options are the requisitions. So we have the municipal tax levy. The requisitions had seen a change. Important to note that we're required to collect almost $1.1 million in addition to last year on behalf of the province for the education fund. They kept the rates the same, but with the increase in the assessment base, we're required to collect over $1 million more. So those are the options laid out, and also included, I've included the 2024 operating budget sheet, as well as the tax rate bylaw, reflecting option 1. But obviously any input I'll look for from you guys, and any questions, be happy to try and answer.
Okay, so maybe I'll just start with one first, because I don't see it anywhere other than in the text, but I think it's important for council to understand the impact of increased taxes for residents. And I know there's a municipal portion and there's an education portion. I'm concerned here that the education tax is going to go up $1 million. So what is the impact, before Mountain View County does anything, what is the impact to taxes and the percent increase that the province is putting on us? Because we have to remember, anything the province puts on us actually reduces our ability to increase our taxes if we want to be fair to residents. We've always tried to say we're not going to increase your taxes too much, but I haven't seen an increase of $1 million a year on education tax, I don't think, since I've been here. So Mike, what's the impact of the $1 million? If I'm rough, I thought it was about $300 per mill rate increase. So we're looking at about a 3% increase already just due to education.
Yeah, so it's going to impact properties in a different way. It's one mill rate set across all properties. So the increase to non-residential properties will be a bit different than residential properties. It's not one set number. So I guess it's hard to answer the exact impact just based on the nature of how it's added to the assessment tax bill. And if the assessment goes up, it's gonna change, versus if an assessment goes down, the amount payable per ratepayer.
So maybe ask it a different way then. Based on the increase in what we're going to have to pay out for school education tax, how much does that increase over what it was last year? Like, what is the $1 million? We went from 12 to 13, 14. Are we at a 5% increase or a 8% increase? What is the increase due to just the education portion?
So if we looked at the mill rate, and it's also based on increased assessment. So now we're collecting on more assessment base than what this would be on. So the actual rate for residential and farmland for that education component will actually decrease by about 1.5%. But the non-residential portion will increase as far as the rate goes that's applied. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at option 1.
No, sorry,
yeah.
I understand your options are to do with our municipal portions. I'm just trying to figure out what the impact of the increased million for the school requisition is, because at the end of the day, our residents don't care where the increase comes from. They just want to know the impact of how much extra they're having to
Right,
pay. So
okay.
my question is, how much of that $1 million will, we have a great chart here, which says if we do this, then, 90% will pay $100 more or whatever. Do we have the same sort of impact for this school requisition?
I don't have an impact for that school requisition. I can say that we will be collecting about 8% more than we are last year.
8% more.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fulton.
So the school requisition, that applies to linear as well, right? It applies to
Yeah.
all classes,
It
correct?
does not apply to machinery and equipment or any power generating linear assessment, but remainder linear assessment it does.
Okay.
Yep. So is there any information that council would like before we start discussing the options? Is there anything that council would like to ask Mike to get more clarity on the information provided? Councillor Miller.
So just a question, our contribution to our police force, which we break out on our tax roll, but I don't see it here. Am I missing where it's showing?
Yeah, we do break it out on our tax notice. We have broken it out, the contribution on the tax rate bylaw. But because it's part of our municipal tax collection, it's included in the overall scope.
We're not allowed
Thank
to
you.
call it a requisition. They won't let us, but we can still break it out. Councillor Krebs.
So kind of a process thing, but this is first reading, right? So are we gonna ask all these questions and then go through the same thing in 2 weeks when we do second and third reading, or are we doing it
Yeah,
all now?
so,
Or what do we
so
do?
we'll ask for questions for clarity, and then actually, we can put first reading on the table anytime. We won't give second, or we won't do third reading today because we can't do it all in one meeting unless we get unanimous consent. So now that we have the presentation, it's a very good point, Councillor Krebs. Why don't we put first reading on the table, and then we can actually start debating the tax rate bylaw. So would someone like to put first reading on the floor just to start the debate?
Question though, if I might, if we put first reading on the floor, does that endorse what has been presented?
Yes, so first reading would be based on the tax rate bylaw that you currently have in your agenda package. So we have to start somewhere. So it's based on option 1. So that's what's in the agenda package. So first reading, when we open the floor, that is the bylaw that we would be debating, and that's our opportunity to say, yes, we support option 1, or no, council would like to make a motion to do option 2 or 3, or a different option. But in order to bring it to the floor, administration has to be able to bring something to debate. So that's the process. So Councillor Krebs?
Just before we do that, I asked the CAO at the last council meeting if the expenditure part of this budget is set in stone, and it's not, right? We can still make changes to that?
I do not believe so. The budget is set, we can make
He
amendments. to
said
the
we
budget.
could.
We can always make amendments to the budget anytime, but this is based on the budget that council has passed already. So maybe I'll just ask him for clarification if that's correct.
That is correct.
So you can see in the budget discussions that we just had where Jen presented all of the motions that council had made after the budget was passed. That is still always council's prerogative. We can make motions to change the budget as we see fit, but the budget is passed. And so In order to change the budget, it would have to be changed by council, by a motion of council.
I guess where I'm coming from is we've got, you know, several extravagant kind of things built into the expense part where, you know, the $1.2 million that we have to pay the provincial government, we have no say in, but we do have some say in some of the facility maintenance and vehicles we buy and those kind of things. So if it's too late, then to me, it makes a difference where we're gonna get the funds from. Do we take them out of reserves? Do we ask the taxpayers to pay more money? That's what I'm getting at. So do we do that conversation now? Do we do it at second reading, third reading?
So I think what is proposed here and the expenditure dollars of the 32 or the revenue dollars of 32 million matches the budget that council has passed. So this is basically to balance the budget. So those were what the options are based on. Is that correct, Margareta or Mike?
Yeah, that's correct.
So the $1 million to fix up the county building, the $120,000 SCVs, all these things are a done deal. We can't do anything about it. The money's been approved to be spent.
Yes. Council approved the
Okay.
budget. Greg? Councillor Harris. Sorry.
Just a process question. The motion doesn't include an option or an assumption of an option. Shouldn't that be included in there, which one we're using?
So again, the bylaw is the way it reads. So if you go to the bylaw, the numbers do link to option one. I don't think there was a administration has told us the bylaw is based on option one, but the numbers are the numbers in the bylaw. And so there's no reason to include an option because the bylaw will be set on whatever council sets.
Okay, so I'm willing to make a motion if you're
Thank
ready.
you. Thank you, Councillor Harris.
I'll move that council grant first reading to bylaw number 06/24, 2024 tax rate.
Thank you. And so again, the tax rate bylaw that is in front of us right now, just to make sure everyone understands it, Mike, is based on option one. And can you just give us an overview again of what option one is?
Yeah, the bylaw is based on option one. Option one is equally decreasing the residential and non-residential mill rate while maintaining the farmland mill rate.
Okay, and so the rationale for that is we're only we're reducing the mill rates because we're accepting some of the market growth, reducing the mill rates to attain a certain revenue. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
When I looked at this, I realized that this represented option one, but in option one, it says that it reduces the residential and the non-residential equally. But when I calculate it, the residential rate is reduced by, I have calculated 0.06, and the non-residential rate is reduced by 0.2131, which means the non-residential rate gets a break about 3.6 times greater than the residential rate. And so it says in the wording that it's equal, but I don't calculate it to be equal. So can you explain that, please?
I guess I calculated both at reducing by 2.13%. And the non-residential rate on the bylaw would also include the machinery and equipment. I guess I can't speak to one calculation.
So it's not an actual numbers decrease, it's a percentage decrease. So there was a percentage decrease applied to all the categories other than agriculture, and therefore the numbers will be different, but the percentage decrease should be the same. Councillor Fulton?
Just for clarity, that the percentage decrease is based off of all the categories that were non-res, linear, machinery equipment, and non-residential and linear cogen, all that were at 10.0054. All those were reduced at that percentage, and then residential was reduced from 2.8103 by the same percentage, right? That's your methodology?
Yeah.
Councillor Johnson?
So when in the table under option 1, where it shows that 46% of taxpayers have an increase of $100 and 44% an increase up to $200, does that include the requisitions, or that's the number of people that pay extra tax on top of? Now they're going to have to pay the extra requisitions on top of that increase.
Yeah, these options are based on the municipal portion only.
Yeah.
Councillor Krebs.
Yeah, so I'm gonna throw it out there. You know, option 1 is decreasing the mill rates, but we're still trying to meet an expenditure budget that there's things in there that we don't need. And you hear every day about people, 1 in 5 people can't afford to live in the house they're living in right now. And we got people using the food banks and living in the campgrounds and all these things. You know, the rainy day is here, and I think we should drop the mill rate just to meet the bare minimums. And I mean, I'm not in any way saying that we need to dump our expenses onto our kids and our grandkids, but it seems like the more money we put into reserves, and we've been told that we don't want the reserves to grow for some reason, but the more money we put into reserves, all of a sudden now we're buying the expensive vehicles and, you know, new paint and new carpet and these things that we don't need. So, you know, somehow that's got put in there. And if we're going to hide it in the fact that we're going to drop the mill rates, well, we're still spending that money on something. So I'm definitely not in favor of any increased mill rate. And I think they should drop even more than they are to cover some of the things that we don't need.
Okay, so we have first reading on the table. In order to change the tax rate bylaw, we'll need a motion to change the tax rate bylaw. So just looking if there's any direction from council to change the tax rate bylaw. Councillor Johnson.
So do we want to change it in terms of philosophy, or do we want to change it in terms of numbers?
So the tax rate bylaw is up for debate. So anything that you want to make a motion in the tax rate bylaw to change is up for discussion right now. Councillor Krebs.
So not having thought this through, because I thought it was just first reading today, Mike, the mill rate in option 1, residential and non-res are dropping. Give me a percentage.
On the municipal side, 2%.
Okay, so if we did that to 4%, just how would these numbers change?
I can certainly come back with that option, but
See, I wasn't prepared to do this today because I thought it was first reading, but
It is first reading, and so we'll have the discussion. We can pass first reading, we can put second reading on the floor, and then we can leave and then we can direct administration to bring back additional information to us for second reading. Or between second reading or third reading. So if there's no changes at first reading, why don't we pass, just a suggestion, we can pass first reading. If there's no changes that want to be made now, we can open second reading. Council can ask administration any questions. We'll vote on those, and then we can bring back all that information for second reading. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, so, yeah, I guess I think that I would like to consider some options other than the 4 that have been presented, but certainly I haven't done the calculation.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, if there's no further discussion or no further changes required, I'm going to call to question on first reading. All those in favor? No, I've called to question. All those in favor? And opposed? Okay, and that motion's carried. So would someone like to put second reading on the floor, and then we will take any amendments to the tax rate bylaw, and then we can direct administration to bring those back for the next council meeting. Can I get a motion for second reading, please? Councillor Harris.
I'll move the council grants second reading to bylaw 06/24, 2024 tax rate.
Thank you. Okay, so now if there's anyone who would like to make amendments or request further information, Councillor Lutz.
So I'd like to clarify with the CAO, because I thought that we could make adjustments. We didn't know we were getting charged $1 million. It was my understanding that we could adjust the budget, and I just think we need clarification on that.
And so we just, in order to adjust the budget, we need a motion to come back from council to adjust the budget. So we have all of the project sheets and we have a budget that council has directed administration to follow through. So we have passed a budget with those project sheets in that direction. And that is the direction that council will follow unless we provide administration with another motion that is carried by council to alter the budget.
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't even know. It sounds like that's not even an option, and I think we need clarity if it's an option or not.
Margareta?
That is an option.
So, so the tax rate bylaw that we've got right here is to reflect the revenue required to pay for the budget that council has approved. So if there is any changes to the budget, and Jen had went through that before when we, in the last discussion on the reserve movements, council did through the year decide to add projects. We haven't taken projects off, but there's opportunities to that if council wants to bring that back for discussion. But we have to pass a tax rate bylaw based on the budget that council has passed. So looking for any amendments or anything that council would like to see for information for second reading. Councillor Krebs first.
So we can't at this point adjust the expense part of the budget to delay upgrades to this building for $1 million till next year. Is that what we're saying? It's a done deal. The money is spent. Now we just got to figure out where to get the money. Because I guess that's what I'm getting at is we need to, maybe that's the way it works in bureaucracy, but you know, nowhere does anybody go and decide they want a new paint job, a new carpet, a new vehicle, and then figure out how they're going to pay for it after the fact. You have the money and you decide to do it, but we don't do it that way. We make this expenses and then we figure out how we're going to pay for it. No, by the way, we're going to get our neighbor to pay for it.
So we have an option right now. If someone would like to move, that we remove, just as a suggestion, that we remove the project on the, we'll have to ask administration, how far along are we on the facility upgrade for the county building?
So right now, the RFQs are going out for all of the work. So we haven't incurred a great deal of expense besides our consultant that's helping us work on it. But there is the other one too, that the building per se, it's 600,000, but still 150,000 of it is, as Jen's been telling me here, is going to be paid for by grants too. Because we did apply for grants as directed on it as well. So we would have to reconcile some of those other things along the way.
So it's always council's option and it's always your purview if before we pass the tax rate bylaw, if anyone wants to make a motion to get rid of a project, we can do that now and then ask administration to bring back the budget based on removal of expenses and we can start all over again. So the point is we have an approved budget that council has passed. We have to provide direction to administration, and that is the direction that council as a whole has provided to administration to prepare a budget, including municipal taxes. That's what we have on the table right now, and that's the direction we've given. Councillor Fulton.
A couple of things. So I'm gonna get on to page 268. So in the bottom portion there, that's the ASFF, that is the school portion, is that correct? So that is identifying who is paying the majority, right? Am I correct?
Yeah.
So residential and farmland is gonna pay 7.7 million, non-res is gonna pay 6.2. So where does the linear portion, is there any linear that goes towards that or not? Like it's not really as clear on that.
Well, non-residential encompasses linear in its definition. So it'd be included in the non-residential portion.
Okay. So just, can I continue my train of thought? So we go to the top portion of the page there that brings the total for our total to 32,638. So municipal, residential is going to pay 7.9, farmland at 1.2. So this is what I struggle with. So our linear is tied in with the non-res. And I would really like to know what the split is between linear and then the non-res portion. Because that goes a long ways in paying our tax bills. So linear is gonna, if that goes down, if you correlate that down, that the extra $1 million that's gonna go towards school taxes is almost half of that's gonna be paid for by linear anyway, as opposed to a direct impact to individual taxpayers, so.
Okay, so normally we don't split non-residential further. Is there, I haven't seen a tax rate bylaw that does that, Mike. Is there any rationale for that? Or maybe we just have to have maybe the information just brought back for council so we can
Well,
communicate it.
we always have talked back and forth through time about linear and the loss of linear and what it does. Well, it's a very important impact to know how much money linear brings in to Mountain View County, right? So if linear and non-res takes in half of our tax dollars, half, right? So then if we're gonna come have the conversation about going back into the budget and tinkering with a few project sheets, you know, like the impact to our ratepayer is only half of what you take out of it, right? You know what I mean? If you had $1 million, you take $1 million out, well, half of that's gonna be linear and half's gonna be to the rest of the taxpayers, right? So like your impact, your dollar, it's not a dollar in, dollar out impact, right? That's what I'm trying to get at, so. And I just like to somehow, if that linear part could be a little more clear. I realize it doesn't always fit with the way we have to report to the government and all these other things down the line, but I think for council and the public's information to know that, you know, half of our tax dollars come from linear sources is very important.
Okay, so Councillor Fulton, would you like to make a motion to bring back information then? So it won't be as part of the tax rate, but you're asking for additional information to come back at second reading. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, I would like to have a little more clear delineation between non-residential and actual linear tax revenue.
Okay, so the motion is to request administration bring back a breakdown of non-residential between a linear component and a non-residential component. Does that capture it? So just give a second to Laura. So while Laura's putting the motion on the floor, so we'll just discuss this motion. So is there any information or is there any discussion on Councillor Fulton's motion just to bring back information on the split between non-residential on linear and essentially it'll be linear and commercial type businesses just for information?
I realize that that doesn't fit our reporting, you know, for beyond when we go on, but I think it's an important component when you lump those two together for our discussions, right? I think the linear component of things, you know, makes or breaks us, and I think it's important to recognize that that's what the actual number is and what the impact to our budget is.
Okay, so Councillor Fulton, does this capture your motion?
Well, you got non-residential in there. A breakdown of the non-residential section in between, yeah, I guess, yeah, that's as long as the administration understands what I'm after, that's.
Okay, is it fair enough, Mike, to just say a breakdown of non-residential? Including linear, I don't know what the components are all under non-residential and how easy that's going to be. But essentially you just want a differentiation in non-residential between linear and other components. Is that correct, Councillor Fulton?
Yes, because the biggest chunk of it's going to be linear and then the non-res portion is going to be quite small.
Okay, so do you want to just have one more read of the motion and see if that fits what you're trying to get after?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay, so the motion reads that council request administration to bring back a breakdown of non-residential, of the non-residential section between linear and other components. Is that clear enough for administration? I don't think it's section. What's a better word?
Non-residential assessment class.
Thank you. That's brilliant. Okay, Councillor Fulton, do you accept that motion? Okay, so the council requests administration to bring back the non-residential assessment class between linear and other components. Is that clear enough? Okay, is there any just further discussion on this motion? Yeah, good enough. Huh. Yeah,
So non-residential is essentially commercial and linear, right? So they're linear companies that are paying their taxes, just like any other taxpayer, right? It's EPCOR and TransCanada and these guys. Is that right?
Yeah, well, but the non-res, part of the non-res is the businesses in the industrial parks, right?
Yeah.
But the pipelines and the power lines and the rail lines and all that is the majority of that chunk, but they lump the two together.
But there's still a company no different than the other businesses that are paying taxes. They're bigger, but
Yeah, they're paying.
they're a commercial venture that's paying taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, is there any further discussion on this motion? I will call to question. All in favor? And that's carried. Is there any other motions? Councillor Lutz.
I'm just wondering, like, if there's more grants that if we know we're getting a grant, does that reflect in the budget? It might not be a ton of money, but when we're talking about people's tax bills, so the 150, I think that's great news for the building maintenance, but do we have more? And if we do have more, does it reflect on the revenue side?
So Jen, do you want to answer that?
So the budget does include it's actually $169,000 that is applied. So that leaves about $431,000 being funded through reserves. That is already reflected in the budget that was approved in December. We are still looking for any new potential grants that we could apply for, and we will continue to apply for them throughout the year, hoping to find something else to subsidize that cost. But at this time, it's approved between the 169 and the 431 coming from the facilities reserve.
Thank you. And I think that was council's direction when we approved that project, was to apply for any grants that we could possibly access. Okay, Councillor Johnson.
So I have a suggestion to make. If you look on page 263, under option 1, you'll see that the impact to ratepayers residential is that 46% have an increase of $100 and 44% have an increase of $200 to $300. And if you continue down that column, you'll see that 83% of the non-residential have a 0% increase in their tax rate. So back to my original question, if we adjusted the mill rate instead of based on percentage, if we adjusted it by an actual number where we've reduced the residential mill rate by 0.06 and we reduce the non-residential by an equal amount so that the total actually is equal at 0.06, what that would do is that it takes into the account that 11 per point whatever percent increase in market value is going to increase the residential rate. And yes, we've dropped the mill rate slightly, but it would put a slight change onto the non-residential tax change so that 83% of the non-residential have a more even split between the residential properties that have to pay more tax and the non-residential that have to pay more tax. And maybe we could bring the tax rate bill back for second reading, looking at those numbers instead.
So again, I think one of the big things that drives this is the assessment and the increase in the assessment value for residential, and then the lack of increase in the assessment for non-residential. That's what's driving these numbers much more than our mill rates right now. But Councillor Johnson, I'll look for you to put forward a motion. I'm sorry, I can't summarize what you've just said, so I'll look towards you to put forward a motion on any information you would like to bring back, or if you would like to bring back a different option, put the motion on the floor and then we'll debate it.
Okay, can I ask a question of Mike first? Do you understand what I'm trying to do, and how does that work based on your expertise?
Yeah, so you're definitely going to see more impacts on the residential side just because the market has increased. And with the reduction of the non-residential, those are things that would have to be considered on setting the mill rates. You're looking to, adjust the non-residential to capture the decline versus reducing the residential mill rate to kind of offset those larger changes.
I'll just, let me just finish, Councillor Johnson. So Councillor Johnson, do you want to put a motion on the floor, or do you want to have a think first?
I could create a motion, but I'm going to need people's help.
I just had a question for Councillor Johnson.
Yep.
So isn't that fairly close to what option 2 is? And that's keeping the status quo for the non-res rate? But I think the outcome is pretty close to what you're looking for.
You are right. Yeah, you are right. If we look at option 2, where there's a decrease in the residential rate, but not on the non-residential rate. You are right. That's close to option 2.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Lutz. So again, I will look for any, if there's any information that council would like to direct administration to bring back for the next meeting. Councillor Krebs.
If we're done with this for a second, I'd like to make a motion that the project sheet involving this building upgrades get deleted from the budget for this year. And I'd like to explain why when I'm able to.
Okay.
So while she's typing it, can I tell you where
Sure.
I'm going with it?
Yes.
So nobody said anything about it, but this started as an upgrade to the HVAC in this building. And in January, I was sitting in the back at an Ag Service Board meeting, and the Ag Service Board members can reiterate this. The whole Ag Service Board was sitting at the front here with parkas and toques and mitts on, and I'm sitting at the back with my electric jacket zipped up to the top to keep from freezing in here. But at coffee break, all you had to do was step outside that door and there was like a blast furnace blowing heat. So it's not that there's a capacity issue. And I don't know why I'm saying this because I'm not an HVAC expert, but there's got to be somebody, there's a valve that's closed or something, shouldn't be a $450,000 fix. So you guys can reiterate whether that's true or not, but it was absolutely blast furnace in the lobby and people were freezing inside here. So that's why we turned the HVAC issue into new carpet, new paint, all these things. I just think this is not the time. People are hurting bad enough as it is. This is not the time to add another $1 million because we've been told that the $600,000 budget's probably not going to do it, right? We know that.
Okay, so this is part of the project sheet, part of the budget right now. And so Councillor Krebs, does this address your motion?
If that's the project sheet number, yes.
Okay, so the motion is that council direct administration to remove the project sheet 0S2408 administrative building maintenance from the 2024 budget. Discussion on the motion.
How much of this grant how much of a grant for this project do we already have in hand?
169,000. Is that correct, Jen? That's correct. Okay. Councillor Harris.
So I won't support the motion. I find it frustrating that we're using the tax rate bylaw to revisit discussions on something that council has already discussed, debated, and decided. It's part of our asset management policy is to maintain our physical buildings and along with other stuff. I I just don't think this is something that we should be discussing at this time.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to discuss this motion? Just this motion? Counselor Johnson?
Well, I didn't support the building maintenance project sheet when it was brought to the table. But I am reluctant to support this motion because the grant has already been in hand. And I assume that you have to say what you're going to use the grant for before you ask for the grant, which means we have to give the grant back. And so I'm reluctant to support this, although certainly I didn't support the project at the time. And I'm concerned that we need to use the time to try and reduce the tax increase to ratepayers, particularly the residential ratepayers, although small businesses certainly matter as well, equally. I'm just not sure that it's useful to go back. That's all.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to discuss this motion? Okay. So with that, I will call to question on this motion. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's lost. Okay, so we're back to discussing the tax rate or the tax rate bylaw. Is there any further discussion on, because right now we've made no changes on this and this is what will come back for second reading. Councillor Johnson.
I would make a motion, please, to bring back an option on, or option 2 as a tax rate bylaw. If you look at option 2, it has less impact. Instead of 44% of the residents looking at a $200 increase, it moves it to only 5%. And if you look at the non-residential tax change, I'm looking at page 263, you will see that it shifts slightly so that 21% of non-residential have a 21% increase and 4% have a $200 increase, but it takes a bit of the burden off residential taxpayers, and that's why I support option 2.
Okay, so we have a motion to base the tax rate stabilization bylaw on option 2. The tax rate bylaw, so I'll wait until Laura gets it up. Reflecting option 2. Councillor Johnson, does that
Yes.
capture your motion?
Thank you so much.
Okay, so the motion is that council requests administration to bring back bylaw number 0624, tax rates, 2024 tax rate reflecting option 2. I'll open the floor for discussion. Councillor Harris.
So normally most people will recognize that I'm fairly steadfast in defending our non-res or our businesses, albeit a break we give to our businesses goes to the oil and gas as well, and that causes some resistance. What I see here is not a significant increase for business. And on the other issues with market growth versus actual growth, I don't think it's going to be a significant increase. So I would support a change to option 2.
Okay, Councillor Lutz.
I was just saying the same thing. I just don't think our residents, it's been a tough year with inflation. They pay enough tax. So the impact on businesses, what it means for a business with that minimal increase, well, staying the same status quo. I just think that that's the option that I prefer to.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Yeah, and I think it reflects the assessment well. So Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I'm also looking at number 2 as probably one of our better options.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Is there anything further on the tax rate stabilization? Okay, Tax rate bylaw. Thank you, Councillor Fulton. Okay, so Margaretta, is this the time to put a motion to defer second reading until the next council meeting, or can we just leave it open with second reading on the floor? I always ask you guys the process and I get it wrong most of the time.
You can leave it open.
We can leave it open. Okay. So right now, the way that we are currently leaving this is that we have asked administration to redo the bylaw or revise the bylaw based on option 2. Second reading is still open. So at the next meeting that this comes forward, we will be debating a new bylaw that has option 2. And then at that point, we can give second reading. So second reading is still open. Okay, is there any further discussion on this before we move on? And then we will have the additional information as well that Councillor Fulton has requested. Okay. (9.3) 2024 dust suppression RFP results. Ryan, please.
Good afternoon. Sorry, just give me a second here. So earlier this year, as we always do, we put out the request for proposals for calcium chloride. It went out. Cortec, who we're very familiar with, we've done business with them lots of times. They supplied us the lowest rate for 19 cents a liter, which is the same rate as what we had last year from the same supplier. So they were the low bidder. And the good news on it is that we don't have to change anything when it comes to the rate that we apply to the ratepayers when they come in for the dust control project. So when they come in, it's the same rate as last year. We can just go forward with it and put it out there. So we're just looking to send this council as information. Any questions?
Councillor Lutz.
Can we ever lock them in for more than 1 year if they stay the same?
So, no, they're pretty reluctant on it, on locking them in for longer than that.
Are there any further questions for Ryan? Not, I'll entertain a motion. Councillor Miller.
I would move the council receive the results of the 2024 dust suppression request for proposal as information and that no further action be required.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. 9.4, 2024 gravel crushing tender results. Ryan, please.
Okay, so last year we extended our contract with Rick Martin Trucking, and we informed them that it was going to be the last extension, that we needed to go back to market to retest this tender, because this is our most important tender that we have in operational services. It affects every program that we do. So we put this tender back out or in the early part of the year, and it was I can go over the numbers that are included there, but you can see it was an extremely tight tender, with Rick Martin Trucking coming in with the lowest tender, and then Sundry Contracting coming in right behind them. So this is it was extremely close, but we are definitely going to promote signing this tender with Rick Martin Trucking, as this is a tender that's over $1 million and has the potential of being a multi-year contract. We do have to ask council for any opinions or any questions they might have on this. We just want to make sure the council's fully aware of this contract.
So sorry, Ryan, what are you looking for? Because the motion says to
Yeah, I've
receive
seen
it.
that.
So I don't, what are you asking for?
I would actually change this motion to say that council direct administration to enter into a contract with Rick Martin Trucking for gravel crushing services.
Okay.
This is what it should read.
Okay, so is there any questions for Ryan on that? Because this is different than the agenda. Councillor Johnson.
You said that it's the biggest contract we have because it impacts all the things that ops does. And it says it represents a small increase from 2023. So does small mean like $1,000 or $10,000? Or can you give us some idea of what kind of magnitude of change there's been?
So we'd be looking at about $150,000 difference from what we do. You can see here, I think that they have it listed in the contract, no, they don't. Where the price goes down to is, the old contract, we crushed gravel at $3.65 a ton. And the new contract, we crushed gravel at $4.12 a ton. So to come up with an exact dollar value, it just depends on how much we actually crush on there. And then that money, it goes, it's too bad Jen wasn't here to help me explain it. It goes more into inventory, and then those actual cost increases get attributed to the projects that they do. So you're not going to see a line item in the budget that says gravel crushing. You're going to see a line item in the re-gravel program that'll go up by $12,000, say. So there isn't a direct budget correlation, but in the future, you're going to see this impact operations like 4 or 5 years from now. We start using up our inventory that we currently have at a lower rate. You'll start to see us up the chipping budget and up the re-graveling budget accordingly because of the gravel that we use. Does that make sense? Yep.
Thank you. So Ryan, just on the next page, because we're actually making a motion now to enter into a contract.
Yes.
What is the number? Because I see that we've got the tender costs, which reflect the 1.398. But then we've got contingency costs, we've got engineering costs on there, and the total cost is 1.5. Can you explain that? What cost are we looking at?
You're looking at the 1.398.
Okay,
The other one's a 5% contingency that's just in there for contract purposes in case the quantities that we use, that we base the tender off of, are higher than what we'd anticipated. And we have some different engineering in there because we do have to go and measure the gravel that they crush. We do have to do gravel testing that's on there. Those are not included as part of the contract with Rick Martin Trucking. They're included as part of our agreement with WSP to provide those services. So we're just looking for approval to enter into the contract with Rick Martin Trucking.
okay. And is there an option to not crush gravel this year?
There is, but I can say that that will impact you in the future. Right now, where we would recommend is entering the contract because this is the lowest price you're going to get. The
Okay.
prices aren't going down, they're going up. So if you can secure a year when you've gone through and tendered it, it's your best point. Now, as far as inventory wise, yeah, we could probably go a year without crushing gravel, but you're risking your logistical supply of the material that we use for everything that we do.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
Motion if you want it.
Yes, please.
I would move that council direct administration to enter into a gravel crushing contract with Rick Martin Trucking Limited in the amount of $1,398,900 for 2024.
So just clarification, Ryan, would it be in the amount or up to?
I don't know if you'd need to actually put in the amount. It's just enter into the contract, but if council's more comfortable, put in the amount, the 1.398, it's fine.
Okay.
Because usually when we do these, we just say enter into a contract for the services. That's how we usually do it. But I'm fine with it because I know that way this contract works, we're pretty controlled on our quantities and make sure that it doesn't go over.
Okay, so essentially it will be up to then okay? So let's just. So Councillor Harris, is it in the amount of or up to? What would you like to state in your motion? Okay. Okay. So does this reflect your motion, Councillor Harris? Okay, so the motion reads that council directed administration enter into a gravel crushing contract with Ricky Martin Trucking in the amount of $1,398,900 for 2024. Is there any further discussion on this motion? No, seeing none, I will call to question. All in favor? And that's carried. 9.6, community aggregate levy fees.
Did you miss one?
Oh, did I miss one? Sorry. 9.5, 2024 road oil tender results.
As the way the calcium RFD went, we put the road oil tender out on the APC, and we looking for prices to supply this oil. This oil is used for primarily the rechipping program that we operate. So the low bidder this year was McAsphalt Industries. We have an extremely long history with McAsphalt. I'd say that of probably the last 30 years, they've probably won this 25 times. They provided us the best rate. Last year, the lowest rate was provided by Synovus. The good part about the quote that we got this year from McAsphalt is it's actually slightly lower than what we paid last year for road oil. So we are going to look at a small savings from what we budgeted for the rechipping program in 2024. That's what we're forecasting. Shouldn't say we're going to experience it. That's what we're forecasting.
Hey, is there any questions for Ryan? Councillor Johnson.
Just a quick question. From year to year, is there any change in the quality of the oil? I guess I asked that question because of the breakup on Range Road 44.
Yeah, no, we definitely have seen different qualities of oil. We do have one vendor that we don't allow to bid on our projects anymore. They won the bid a handful of years ago, and we just flat out said, we're never using you again because your oil's not as good. So the big push that you see with the quality of oil is when the price of oil goes up, say there's this much of the oil that's comes out of the ground that goes through refinery, and there's this much that's used for road oil. But if the price of oil goes up, the amount of oil that's available for road oil goes down because they find there's value in refining it more and more and more to make more money. So that's where we really see a decrease in the qualities of the oil. Now, there is a whole list of specifications they have to hit, but specifications have a high end and a low end. And we definitely want to encourage them not to always be on the low end of the specifications. But the short answer to your question is yes, all oils aren't created the same.
Councillor Harris.
Ryan, I wonder if you can speak to the relationship of this to the carbon tax. So if this is signed prior to the projected increase on April 1, do we get the price before the carbon tax increase, or does it increase over the year?
Nope, this price, when we sign up with them, it's set. They knew the carbon tax was coming, and they've already bid this accordingly to make sure that they've put in the carbon tax into there.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, is there any further discussion? No, looking for a motion then, Councillor Lutz.
I move that council receive the results for the 2024 road oil tender as information and that no further action be required.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. 9.6, the community aggregate levy fees. Margaretta, please.
Thank you. So this is on page 477 of your agenda. It is a request by Westcan Seal Coating that obtained a development permit to operate a gravel pit. As a result of that, a condition of the development permit required the upgrade to Range Road 61 onto Highway 584. So the request that Westcan has made is included as an attachment 1, but what they are requesting is that the cost of the improvements, which is the amount of $402,374.94, be credited to their community aggregate levy payment that they are required on a half-yearly basis to report and pay.
Thank you. Council, questions for Margaretta? Councillor Fulton.
So is this pit currently producing gravel now, or is it just in the early stages, or?
So my understanding is their intent is that they will start be producing gravel, but they had to do the improvements on the road that was recently completed.
Second
Councillor Fulton?
follow up, so if the aggregate, so if they didn't crush any gravel or get any gravel out this year, then is it a year behind like assessment? Do they pay for 24 and 25, or do they pay for half of 24 and mid 24, or like how does the payment schedule work?
So the payment is scheduled for half yearly reporting. So again, it is reporting on the amount of tonnage of gravel that was moved from the property. So it only applies once the gravel is moved in the half year sequence.
Thank you. Councillor Krebs?
So the condition of upgrading the intersection was part of the development permit, right? They knew that they had to do that.
That is correct.
Yeah, so to me, this is almost like asking for tax forgiveness after the fact because you forgot to pay your tax bill. So they knew it was part of the deal and the development permit and they agreed to it.
Okay. Councillor Johnson?
My comments are similar. Certainly as a farmer, I can't combine my crop until I buy the combine. And so I would make a motion if that works. I would move that council deny the request for the future aggregate levy credit as requested by Westcan Development.
Okay, Councillor Lutz?
I just had a question, and I'm thinking the same way as Councillor Krebs and Johnson, but it's your recommendation that we do that. I'm just trying to understand why administration would recommend that we grant the levy forgiveness.
Our recommendation is not to grant the levy. Our recommendation is for council to provide the direction. The alternative options are included on page 477.
Sorry, I should have read that better. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Councillor Harris?
Yeah, further to what's been said, and I agree with it. The aggregate levy is used by the county for road work throughout the county. And to allow this would be shorting some of our other ratepayers the opportunity to use that. So I agree with denying it.
Okay, Councillor Miller?
Yeah, I agree with denying it. We have other projects in the area, specifically Highway 2 and 27 that we've made that determination that they must pay upfront. So I see the same, that was the deal that was made.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. With that, I will call to question. All in favor of the motion? And that motion's carried. Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute break, please. All right, so we will resume the regular council meeting of March 27th. And we are on 9.7, the Old Didsbury Airport Business Attraction Final Study Report. Christopher, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that's on page 480 of your agenda package. In summer of 2023, we presented an RFD to council seeking your approval to proceed with a grant application to the RMA Municipal Economic Development Capacity Building Micro Grant. Council approved that and requested that we do it on a Old Didsbury Business Attraction Study. We received $10,000 for that project through RMA. After which we awarded a contract to Operations Economics, OEI, as we call them further in the RFD, for $9,900. So no municipal tax dollars went towards this project. They conducted a review from about November to February of this year of the Old Didsbury Airport, came down, met with Natalie and myself, as well as with individuals over at the airport, did a site walk of the airport, went and visited some of our comparable airports to look at what they're doing differently than we are, and have provided the attached report. I can certainly go through it in great detail if you like, Your Worship, or I give you a quick summary here, which is that, I guess not surprisingly, they came forward with conclusions of items that primarily we already know about our airport, which I guess is a positive and a negative. It certainly establishes that our existing direction for the Old Didsbury Airport is appropriate based on their feedback, with a focus on general aviation. Certainly for smaller businesses is where they thought we should continue to attract. Flight instruction is probably the one item that they really keyed on as a strategic advantage for Mountain View County's airport, specifically Old Didsbury Airport, just due to our proximity to YYC and open airspace. Talked about future development and what that should look like at the Old Didsbury Airport. Again, focus on smaller lots, not so focused on chasing, the large, unicorn type of developments that we see at some other airports. And then really keyed on that marketing and participation in aviation-related events is crucial for our success. I guess in some of the informal discussions we had with him, some of the discussions he had with other airport users at other locations where they weren't aware of what we had going on at Old Didsbury, weren't aware of our competitive advantage of selling lots compared to leasing lots. So, more so that we just need to get ourselves out there a little bit more with what we're doing at Old Didsbury Airport. A lot within the report, also some industries that we should probably keep an eye on, drones, those types of things. We didn't ask him to get too into any of those technologies as it's future, and we're not focused on that far out. We're focused on today and what we can do this year with the Old Didsbury Airport. So that is what he did. And then he has provided a pretty good overview of what's going on at some other airports and what they have, what they are doing compared to Old Didsbury. So that's a quick high-level overview, Your Worship. If there's any questions on the report or its findings, I will certainly do my best to answer them.
Thank you. Questions from council? Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. On page 500, Christopher, there is an aerial with an orange arrow. Yep, thank you. And it says potential taxiway alignment. Does this suggest that we need to move the taxiway?
I believe that's looking at the future development of the airport. So if we were to look at developing further to the west into that block of land that the county owns, which is contemplated within the area structure plan review as well, that would be a secondary taxiway that's added for access onto the primary runway.
Okay, so it's not, I saw that Springbank and Airdrie have a 5,000 foot runway and ours is only 4,000 feet. I wondered if they meant they were going to change the direction of the runway in order to make it longer, but that's not the intent?
No, so that the orange line is a taxiway to access the runway. He did look into runway expansion a little bit, given the constraints that have also been highlighted within the area structure plan review. There's not a lot of extension possibilities, and those extension possibilities don't really give us any type of competitive advantage into moving into a next size of aircraft or anything like that. So it would just be kind of nice to have more so than a necessity. So there isn't a runway expansion contemplated within his report, more so development to the west and, a concept on how that new development could access the primary runway.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Christopher? I was surprised. I didn't realize that the Airdrie Air Park was privately owned. So that was something interesting. I always expect us to get a silver bullet out of these reports, and I'm always disappointed.
So do we, and I on initial review was disappointed as well. Ask Natalie. However, I'm taking it as confirmation that we're heading in the right direction with our existing strategy. So I'd ask you to do the same.
Yeah, yeah, I just, you're always hoping that, they're going to be able to provide you some more information on how to attract, one of our big questions was, is there some businesses that are at the Springbank Airport currently that are located there that may potentially want to move to Mount View County? And I guess for $9,900, you're not going to get that kind of, feedback.
Well, and we did pose that question specifically to him. And when he was at Springbank, he had some of those conversations, and the resounding result that we got from him is nobody is going to pick up and move their shop right now. However, maybe if further development potential for their business, they want to expand, they need to look at other options. They would certainly consider it as an option, but there's not enough drawing power to take an existing business in its current scope and bring it over to Old Didsbury in its existing scope.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a far bigger improvement over the last study we had done at the last airport. So and I'm glad that it does confirm that we are on the right direction with our airport. Councillor Miller.
I'm kind of waiting for the fallout of Wheatlands, the Haviland project too. It's going to be fairly good size. I think it was estimated at 3,000 acres they were going to take in, but there's a lot of auxiliary industries that follow that. So we have an airport, we have some space. Maybe we can see something once, they haven't started digging yet. They're still in, I think, some of the final approvals. But looking forward, I think hopefully we can get something out of that.
And that's an excellent point, because maybe we can be more in touch with de Havilland and we can be kind of shovel ready if they do come this way, or if they do need additional supports from the region. So that is a very, very good point, Councillor Miller. All right, if there's no further questions for Christopher and Natalie, then we have a motion on page 480. Councillor Letts.
I move that council receive the Old Didsbury Airport Business Attraction Study facilitated by Operations Economics, Inc. as information.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And so 9.8 we will come back to after the closed session discussion. And so we are on, I just thought correspondence came before council reports, but we are on council reports. So I will start with Councillor Harris.
First, just before the last council meeting that I wasn't able to be here because I was at the ASHA conference. Excellent presentations and a lot of lessons learned. I'll leave the rest of it to our chair of it, Mountain View Seniors Housing, to comment on. Then the RMA Spring Convention, I thought some of the conversations went well with cabinet ministers and other information sources. So I thought that was good. Besides community meetings and as such, the strategic planning session I thought was good, worthwhile. And I just want to comment, last night was the open house for the current ASP revisions for the Water Valley, Winchell Lake area. Was well attended, over 60 people, some good questions, a fairly responsive and supportive crowd. Yeah, so that looks to be going forward, should be coming to council in the near future. And that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Letts.
Just with the RMA convention, I took the opportunity to leverage taking the land use and development approvals course, which I got a lot out of. I think it was meant to be a 3-day course and they jammed it into one. So it's fairly intense, but really good information. So I enjoyed that as well as the conference. I attended the Egg Service Board meeting virtually. So it was a little bit tricky on a little tiny phone with even a little tinier screen trying to see things, but thought it was important because we are working through what the updated land lease policy means to the Ag Service Board, and lots of good discussion on that. So I thought it was a really good meeting. And attended the grant review committee meeting, and I just wanted to congratulate Sydney on her first process with Christopher. She did a really good job and must have done a lot of research to understand those groups. So if you're listening, Sydney, good work. And then I attended the strategic planning review and ICC workshop, and that was good as well.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
So I, along with some fellow councillors, and we've attended the RMA in Edmonton. We were able to meet with Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services, the Honorable Mike Ellis, and we covered off some topics regarding the past tornado and response times and positive things looking forward. Hopefully that never happens again, but I think we're a little bit more prepared going forward. Then Grant Review Committee, we met, and again, like many other years in the past, we've been very oversubscribed. Many different groups have come forward, some we haven't seen in previous years, so we were able to navigate through that. Strategic planning, I was able to attend that here with our ICC workshop. And then last night, like Greg said, we had our Water Valley ASP. It was great to see the turnout out there. It was compliments on the Water Valley Community Association. They have a very nice hall and they're a very active group. So it was good to see so many people out there.
Thank you very much.
I just forgot one thing, the Rural Crime Watch meeting out in Bergen too. They had probably about 30 folks attend, so I thought the turnout was really, really good. And their presenter wasn't able to come. The roads weren't that great, but it was still a real busy meeting and lots of good information shared. So sorry about that. I didn't write it down.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. To start off, since the last council meeting, I attended the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance board meeting. They are talking about some policy alignment and some governance things that's helping me understand governance better. I attended the EOEP land course that Councillor Lutz referred to. It was lots of information packed into the day. The people teaching it taught it from a very urban perspective, and the lion's share of the people that attended, because we were all at RMA, were from rural backgrounds, so that was maybe a little bit disappointing, although it was a pretty good course. I thought the RMA bear pit sessions were pretty constructive. Councillor Lutz and I attended the Alice education breakout session there, and I learned quite a bit more about Alice. Hopefully that we can sort of up our game maybe a little bit. Here in Mountain View County, Alice is doing a lot of good work. I went to the sheep research showcase that I talked a little bit about already at Olds College. It was sold out, very good information. I attended the strategic planning workshop, which I thought was really constructive as well, and then attended the Water Valley ASP open house last night, which was very well attended. And you're right, their hall is lovely and a great community association.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Yes, so Greg and myself attended the ASHA conference in Calgary. Being the first time there was quite interesting. The housing management boards are very, very diverse, from small not-profit to large for-profit, and very different housing portfolios within each. I think this was also a good one to go to, because this is the first time the government has emptied up some more money within the lodge program and a few other programs. So it was kind of a good news thing that some of the breakout sessions with some of the government people were probably more positive than they would have been when the funding has been flat and everybody's there negotiating and trying to get them to give us some more money. So this was I would say a very positive toned convention. And also there was some interesting there, some more smaller scale, intensive housing options for seniors, people that require 24/7 care. It was in large homes within residential areas. And it was obviously a higher cost option, but it's being examined by the government now to see whether or not that can fill in some gaps in different areas. Good news for Mountain View Seniors Housing, Carstairs Lodge currently is the lowest occupied that we have. Some to do with the age of the building, room size, a few other things. So there is some options now. The government has actually provided money for lodge modernization. So that's one thing. And then there's also this smaller, more focused 24/7 care thing might be an option there. So all in all, it was very informative and learned a lot. And James Nyborg from Settler County is now the chair of the board for that. And Michelle Swanson is also on the board for Clearwater County. So it's quite an interesting mix of elected officials and CEOs and other people involved. So that was that. RMA, yeah, RMA was a good conference. I guess the one thing that has been mentioned is disappointed that our resolution did not, it seemed to be fairly straightforward to get going, and it ran into trouble and didn't get passed. So, and then we had our strat plan on Monday. Good, useful exercise to see where we're going and what's up. So, and that is all.
Thank you, Councillor Krebs. Okay. Thank you. So other than, I won't report on the RMA or the strat planning session. We did have an RDR MUG meeting and realized that the strategic plan for the RDR MUG has not been updated since May 2011. So that's going to be something that will be on the list of things to do. And maybe just as a highlight, I've seen this on some of the new boards and committees that I've joined. Probably just as a suggestion, if you're on a new board or you're on a new committee, at your first meeting, it's always maybe a good idea just to request what kind of bylaws they have, what kind of strategic plan they have, and some of the background information, if they have a terms of reference, those sort of things. I think that's always very, very important from a governance perspective. And that's kind of why we sit on these boards, is more governance. And you find more and more that a lot of the times the strategic plans are very outdated or the bylaws are very outdated. And so that's one thing that we can definitely bring to the table when we join these kind of committees and boards. So I did attend the RCMP meeting as well that was held in Sundre at the Sundre Legion. It was really good. Again, the roads were good, but that was on the Saturday where we had the big dump and everyone thought the roads were terrible. So there was only a turnout of about 10 people that showed up. But Kevin Harema did a great job, represented the county really, really well. So we had RCMP there. We had our peace officer. There was a bylaw officer from Sundre. There was a peace officer from Sundre. So it was very, very well represented. A lot of concerns in Sundre from those 10 people. Again, small, not as broad as we were hoping, because the RCMP were asking for basically feedback on their priorities and if they've got the priorities right or if there's a change. Lots of concerns from some of the recent events that have happened in Sundre on some of the what I would consider more terrible incidents that have happened there. A lot of discussion, questions on mental health, addictions, how that's all playing in. I think the RCMP did a good job of describing how they draw on additional resources. One thing that I thought was very interesting, and maybe we can work with the RCMP to get this out there, a lot of concerns again that when people are calling in, they're not getting actions from the RCMP. The tendency when you're in a smaller town, it seems to be to call the detachment directly because you know that number. They suggested very strongly, do not call the RCMP detachment, call 911 for anything. People were concerned. The people that were there said, well, I'm concerned about calling 911 because maybe I consider that and leave that for if it's a life and death emergency and I don't want to be bothering anyone with 911. The feedback was always call 911 and the person that is going to answer the call will triage it to say how important it is, and they will make the decision to say how important it is. But that way it gets directly to an officer, where sometimes when you call the detachment, the person answering the phone at the detachment may not pass along your concern. So I thought that was something quite interesting, and everyone that was in the room seemed to be quite surprised by that because their first call is to the detachment directly. Yeah, so and then they, of course, they did go and they talked very highly of the citizens on patrol organizations that are out there and how much they value the input that the citizens on patrol have. So that was quite good as well. But overall, it was a 2-hour meeting, even with the 10 people that were there, and lots of great information. So that was good. And that's about it for me as well. So is there any questions on any of the reports? Nope. So I'll look for a motion to accept all those reports as information, moved by Councillor Fulton. All in favor? And that's carried. And then we have some information items. Is there any discussion on the information items? I think they were all contact newsletters. Something. And the Bear Smart. Yes, I wanted to address the Bear Smart. So if there's no questions on the contact newsletters, I'll maybe ask Greg if he can give us a little bit of an update on the Bear Smart letter.
So the reason for the letter, and those that have been at RMA have heard my questions of the minister over the last couple of years. We've slowly been cut out of funding, as has everywhere else in the province. The last 2 liaison officers with Bear Smart, one's retired and not replaced. That job description was changed. And the one for Mountain View Bear Smart was simply duties were changed, and the officer was told that to no longer use provincial time as a half-time liaison person with Bear Smart. They haven't provided funding since 2022. So in spite of the minister's assertions that he thought it was an important program and they still support it, they in fact do not. So the board has asked that this letter be forwarded first to the 2 ministers. There continues to be confusion in the public and even in government as to which ministry handles which part of wildlife. Environment still contains part of it, but anything pertaining to hunting and Bear Smart went over to Forestry, Minister Lowen. And he's the one that's claimed they're still supporting Bear Smart, but we're not seeing it. The outfall of this is we'll wait for what replies we get from the minister and see if we get a meeting. If not, I may be coming back to council with a request for a letter of support, as will Clearwater County, from our councils to support Bear Smart's request for consideration and reestablishment of funding.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
So Greg, is there a reason we need to wait to support this, or is this something we could do in conjunction with? It's just that I think it's a really useful program and I'd like to support it if we could.
I appreciate that. And our decision was that to keep up a constant pressure. So if this is terminated or not replied to, or not a decent reply, then we want to just keep upping the pressure with now municipal support rather than throwing it all in on one, and it gives them the opportunity to just ignore it, say no. The next level would be a letter from us to the ministers and to our MLAs, which indicate our municipal concern with the lack of funding. I think it's more effective if they try to say no, you just don't go away and you just keep upping it.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Is Bighorn County included in your group of municipalities to garner support?
Bighorn doesn't support it. Bighorn is more of their area is actually in the biosphere, out of Canmore. So that's generally who they deal with. But we do in the West Country, just west of us, we will take reports from Bighorn County residents and include them in our fan outs as well.
Okay, is there any other questions for Greg? So I'm assuming, Greg, that you will just let us know then when you require municipal support.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no further discussion, we have a motion to accept all of the information items as information. Moved by Councillor Fulton. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. So I believe that takes us to the end of our open session with exception to 9.8. So Laura, do I get a motion to go in closed session first and then this? Okay, so could I have a motion to go in closed session, please? Moved by Councillor Miller. All in favor? And that is carried. And so council has now moved into closed session, which will end the public broadcast. Any motions made following the in-camera session will be captured within council's meeting minutes, which can be found on the county's website within the next few days. Thank you for tuning in.